If only I could cheer with the watch.
Red Eyes, what does that even mean? Alright, subs, Breer, cheer modes. How could I forget? But yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I need to be partnered. So, if you want those watch-shaped bits, better get on that.
Man.
Wow.
Spyro, if any.
I was gonna wait for a Swig release on Spyro.
Fair.
What are you guys talking about?
Games I would get if I had a PS4.
The
Sounds
story
boring.
so far.
Also, we're audible in stream, I guess.
No, we're
Yeah,
not.
that's
You can totally say all of your close personal secrets with no worries whatsoever.
All of
Alright,
your
here's
close
my-
personal
alright.
secrets with no worries whatsoever.
Alright, here's my social security card. No.
I can't believe you said that.
I am an overly literal asshole, apparently.
Why? Why do I
He's
keep
still
going to the
walking
16
by.
by 9 layout? Stop that. Yo,
It's
here's my
because-
tracker.
It's because you want to randomize Wind Waker HD.
I mean, to be fair, I could turn on the widescreen hack, but then things would kind of blip in and out of existence on the edges of the screen, and it's awkward.
Unfortunately.
So, it's almost as if the
This-
game wasn't intended to be widescreen.
Yeah.
No, Game Guy, what you should do is you should play the VR hack.
Please no.
Wait, what?
But,
I don't even think Game Guy has a VR headset on his computer. I know he has one for his phone.
Alright, so this is my tracker. We've got
It's
very
very
many places we
rocky.
can go.
So I heard you got the leaf last
Oh
night.
yeah, I got the leaf. I should probably click that. Oh, well I got lots of places I can go now. Oops.
Oh
Anyway.
boy.
So, in case you missed it on the tracker, still missing 4 Triforce pieces and a sword upgrade.
Also, nice second save out there.
Yeah, I did it. Treasure chart 27 was giving 40 joy pendants to Miss Mary. And that's the treasure chart that led to the leaf, in case you forgot.
Well, I couldn't have forgotten if I was never there in the first place.
Well, I mean, some people might have forgot.
That's on them.
Anyway, my first plan of action, actually, pretend I don't have the leaf and do the remaining leafless things, which literally at this point is getting the key from the Savage Labyrinth and going to finish Dragon Roost Cavern.
Great.
So, I guess that's happening now.
Gameplay.
Or is it?
It might be.
Resource music.
Or is the game playing you?
No.
I have soup and fairies, yes, yes. Yes, I do. I have
Are you
soup and
at
fairies.
soup?
I am at soup. I'm not
I'm at
actually at
soup.
soup, but we can pretend, I guess.
Hooray.
Why are you buying clothes at the soup store?
It seemed like the thing to do at the time.
Hey, unalive.
Hello.
Now we get to
So-
do the adventures of Pretend I Don't Have Leaf.
I heard the leaf was a thing.
Well, like, we're pretending it was
We're pretending it's not here. I mean, it's here, but we're gonna pretend it's not here.
Everyone is
If we-
pretending.
If we didn't have an organic object known as a leaf, where would one find the leaf?
On top of a tree, probably.
Oh, I never thought of it like that.
Alright, but assuming that the world has been randomized so that objects are not where you'd expect them to be.
So,
I can't wait.
They were
can't
behind
wait-
treasure chart 27.
I can't wait just to find fingers on
Does
the
it-
screen.
damn it, I was gonna say toaster.
Yeah, the swarm of bats would rather die than accept my boomerang. This has been established, really.
Yeah, but you've not lived until you've seen a good finger tree.
A tree with fingers instead of leaves. It's my
Or toes.
It's a very common joke to make in game, plays, repaint, but it's a good joke nonetheless.
Where are the mini blends?
Over there! In Mario's
The one
mustache.
behind you.
Where are they?
In Mario's mustache.
Where, like, I can't, there's still some left. Somewhere.
Did you try checking your other pants?
No, admittedly.
Have you
It's
tried
not-
punching them?
It's not something.
And then you learn that the journey was within you all along.
No,
That's
seriously.
very strange.
The real friend.
I've never had mini blends
Okay,
not automatically
alright, there we go.
search me
The
out.
real mini blinds were the friends you made along the way.
It took a bit. Apparently.
So why are we pretending that the leaf doesn't exist?
The leaf doesn't exist.
Why are we pretending that the leaf doesn't
Just so
exist?
he can see if there's anything else that would help him, i.e. sword upgrade or
I mean,
whatever
because
else
I need to
left.
get the key from floor 30, I guess, so I
The
can
next-
go to Dragon Roost.
Next
And that
time
would
you
have been the
do,
last leafless location I could check.
next time you do Wind Waker Rando, you should play as Goku.
Yeah. Importing the models was stupid easy, and I really should have just done that, but oh well.
Yeah.
Or Saiyan.
It was so easy, even I could do it.
I guess that's supposed to be a comparison.
Your comparison.
Thank you.
I got him.
Now we'll only know if it's really easy if Gru can do it.
The playthrough that I did to just test that Goku worked was also leaf locked, but had literal go mode behind Forbidden Woods.
I thought you were going to say literal Goma.
What?
Literal Goma.
Well, I mean, that's what we're
I
fighting.
mean, first off, I keep hitting the A button way super too early, but I don't know how I got hit there.
I am so happy I did not
That-
have work tomorrow.
That time the prompt was like earlier and extremely quick.
You know, on Alive, that one playthrough you did of just coloring Link like Seymour Skinner makes me want to see if I can get someone to make a Seymour Skinner model for the Wind Waker Rando.
Too tall.
Seymour?
No, just an incredibly compressed Seymour.
Seymour?
Oh boy, more mini blends to hunt
Yeah.
around the room for.
Who is?
Who is Seymour Skinner?
Oh, okay. I forgot that that meme existed, admittedly.
Yeah, the meme that is The Simpsons.
You know.
Yeah, the entire show is, I mean, to be fair, it kind of is with the whole Simpsons did it thing.
I guess. I just realized that I accidentally made his clothes blue and his face yellow, so I decided that he was Seymour Skinner now.
That time I understand why I got hit,
Replace the Link voice clips with Seymour Skinner voice clips.
Every time
Man,
he slashes
he-
his sword.
but
Yeah.
the prompt for that
Yeah.
is just very wonky. For some
Yeah.
reason.
It's The parry timing's kind of messed.
Like,
And
on those
every
guys
time-
in particular, it seems.
Wonky Link.
Every time he gets hit, he just goes, no.
Yes.
No mother system open like.
Oh, he gets.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
very cool.
That's when he lands in lava.
Oh god. My feet are burning.
Is it possible to do that?
Fall in lava? Yeah.
It's totally
Replace
possible.
the voice clips, dipshit.
Yes. Yeah, the Goku model actually has different voice clips.
Wait, does it?
Oh, that's amazing. Does the Sans one have?
I don't know because I haven't played the Sans one.
Jeez, I just
Probably
comboed
not.
that guy. Wow.
Whoa!
And he was
And then he walked
so
on like
demoralized
nothing.
he decided to let you go.
Did he start walking off like nothing was wrong? Oh, boomerangs are deadly.
Boomerangs are pretty good. You may have heard.
Yeah, especially in well, not especially, but pretty
Yet
good.
no
in
one
Link
wants. Yet no one wants them.
They're especially good in Link's Awakening.
Link's Awakening boomerang, from what I've watched, is
mean-
broken beyond hell.
To be fair, it's 100% optional in that game, so...
Link's Awakening
it
boomerang
is.
can one shot the
Broken
final boss.
Like,
Hey,
why?
P-hats.
Why?
Hold on. Can I steal feathers off of P-hats here
Yes.
or no?
Yes, you can steal feathers off of P-hats
Because
anywhere.
I still need to do that.
Okay, but why did the boomerang in Link's Awakening that's so powerful? Like, why did they choose the boomerang of all weapons to make that?
Because it's technically infinite ammo, and you go long fetch quest, I guess, to do it.
Does it do actual damage instead of just
Yes,
stunning
it
enemies?
does.
And one
Nice.
shot the final boss.
Well,
That's
one phase
pretty
of the
good.
final boss, but yeah.
If you're talking about broken boomerangs, though, the Twilight Princess boomerang is pretty fun.
Now, okay, when you say
My favorite broken
broken,
boomerang is the one that doesn't come back.
aren't you saying broken as in, like, it breaks the game, rather than
Well, it
it's
does that too.
overpowered?
Also, just the Gale boomerang is incredibly fun to use because you can just pick enemies up and throw them off cliffs with it.
To be fair, I've barely used the Gale Boomerang because, like, a lot
It
of
doesn't
the
kill
other,
the final boss in one hit.
a lot of
so
the
I
other
guess it's
weapons
not
in the
that
game
broken.
just seem really good in general. Boomerang just kind of destroys everything from Forbidden Woods.
Yeah.
Also, you know, I just realized I still think only one like viewer submitted song is shown up in your playlist on stream so far.
I feel like there's been a few.
There's gonna be.
Has there? I guess I've just not been paying attention enough.
Into the fire with you.
He's been destroyed.
I
Mankind is
Not into the
saved.
pit. It burns.
Oh, okay, did that on accident. Oh, did that on accident too. I was just trying to sidestep both of those.
It's just instant transmission.
You ever been trying to walk around a moth and then
just kill
accidentally
it?
Brother, the lamp.
you acrobatically jump over it and slice its skull into?
The noises P-hats make when you kill them give me life.
They can drop parts, yes.
Not in the Savage Labyrinth, they don't.
Okay. Again, never played this game, so.
Yeah, in Savage Labyrinth, the only hearts you get are some intermission floors have pots with hearts.
Oh, the Nirvana floors. I didn't know you were playing Pikmin 2.
What?
The joke is that you're in a cave and you keep going deeper.
Pikmin 2 invented caves.
I can't believe.
I can't believe Pikmin
You
2
cannot argue that was most of the game. I have no problem with it. But you can argue that was not most. That was indeed most of the game.
Pikmin 2 invented caves like Undertale invented skeletons.
Undertale also invented determination.
It also invented the act of sparing your opponents in an RPG.
It also
Yeah.
invented dogs.
It also invented having a bad time.
It also invented Deltarune. Wait a minute.
Actually, that's a misconception. Deltarune was what Undertale was originally going to be.
And these mobs just don't live.
So yeah, the story concept and ideas for Deltarune came first.
Cave story stole from Deltarune.
I can't believe Undertale ripped off Deltarune.
Yeah, basically.
can't believe- I can't believe a game that came out in 2018.
You
ripped
can
off
also
a game
steal feathers from the
2015.
mothballs.
I mean, I could if they weren't dead.
Fair enough.
They like the
I
lamp
think
too
I
much.
have enough feathers because I think I was like 5 short anyway.
And then they're found ripped off Undertale.
And then the
Yeah,
total
I
just
need,
shows up.
I need a 20.
Players.
So.
Make a list of literally everything that Undertale invented.
Undertale invented Undertale.
You're
It
not
clearly
wrong.
invented breaking the fourth wall. Something that other games honestly do slightly better.
Like critical surprising.
Or one shot.
I should get around to one shot at some point.
It's good. Undertale invented Comic Sans.
It also invented the concept of skeletons that are named after fonts.
I mean,
In
to
that
be
respect,
fair, name another skeleton named after a font that predates Undertale.
Helvetica, the original webcomic that gave Toby Fox the idea to name his skeletons after fonts.
I guess that would do it.
Yeah, I'll take it you had no idea that
Yeah,
existed.
do you think I know these things?
I knew that
With
thing.
Dragon constantly around you? Yes, I do.
It's never come up.
Undertale also invented word search.
How dare you not know?
How
about
dare I
this
not know this obscure
webcomic?
Undertale fact?
Undertale also invented ice cubes.
And it invented talking flowers.
Okay, well, that one I can't give you.
Pardon?
Pardon?
I don't know what you mean. I didn't know if you were talking about the game or what I said.
Sometimes I talk about things.
On a YouTube channel.
Wow.
On the internet.
At the moment, you're doing that about Kirby.
Wait, you have a YouTube channel?
I know, it's shocking, isn't it? And I don't mean
I
that
use it sometimes.
Find that in
Oh yeah,
because I didn't
Undertale
realize what you were
invented bullet
fighting.
hell.
No,
you know.
idiot. Toho invented bullet
Yeah,
hell.
Toho
Yeah, come
invented
on.
bullet hell.
Inventing.
Like, clearly, Undertale invented super hard boss fights.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna have to give that one jokingly to I Wanna Be the Guy.
Is that even a joke, really?
No, it's not.
Did you know that before Dark Souls invented difficulty, I Wanna Be the Guy invented difficulty?
Thought that was Kaizo Mario.
Is Dark Souls the I wanna be the guy of video games?
Kaizo Mario is the I Wanna Be the Guy of Dark Souls.
Oh. That makes sense.
You know, the funny thing about all of this is that
Wow.
the
nice.
is that like games like Super Meat Boy were legitimately inspired by I Wanna Be the
You
Guy.
missed.
Nice shot!
Nice!
You
You
did it.
did it.
I mean, I did do it.
It worked. Eventually. You know, I nearly misread that comment in chat of Undertale invented memes as Undertale invented enemies.
Yeah, they also invented the concept of fighting enemies in an RPG. Before that, it was actually pretty boring.
Before you used to have to make them do your word search puzzles, but unfortunately Undertale invented word searches as well, as previously established.
Clearly, Deltarune also invented anagrams.
Did you know that Earthbound actually invented witty dialogue and fun creative characters in an RPG? No video game prior has had those distinct characteristics.
Did you know?
Joking or not, I honestly almost believe that.
Good job, you did it. You killed those skulls.
It sure did. It's almost as if that was kind of the goal.
Did you know?
Hey Trent, did you know?
Hey Trent, did you know?
It's a weird episode of Did You Know Gaming.
Did you knowledge gaming?
Did you know?
Can you tell I don't feel like fighting Dark Knights?
But they're so fun to fight. Especially the part where you have to take off their armor to damage them at all. Even though it's incredibly precise, I like freezing Dark Nuts and then smashing them with the hammer.
Clearly, Undertale also invented Megalovania.
So what happens if I open this chest and it's not what I think it is?
Then you cry.
Then you go fight Jahala.
Then I use my leaf. Because the leaf pretty much opens up everything else in the game.
Everything.
Everything that isn't delivery bag related, pretty much.
I mean, what other keys could it possibly be?
I mean, the only thing I can think of is if it's a boss key. It doesn't specify. But no, it's the small key.
Cool.
I have all of the small keys now.
You did it. Now you can go through every dungeon.
I sure can.
All of them.
Oh man, an extra person.
You should do the bottom 20 floors just for the hell of it.
I'm probably going to, because I'm already here, and I'm not gonna come back, so...
You're already halfway there.
I know this is pointless, but do you think that's gonna stop me?
Hey, you know, challenge awaits you.
Challenge or approaching.
Why do these redeads, like, vibrate as they get closer? Wow, rude! How dare you be in screaming range?
How dare you invent screaming?
That was a sick camera angle. Oh, rude! I love it how these guys just scream at you at the maximum possible range, where that you'll be able to get out before they reach you. Every
Better
time.
than the Redead's Newt that just scream and then scream again and then keep screaming and then you're dead.
Can I make the Redeads cannibals in this game? I'm pretty sure that's just oot.
You can do it in this game. I think it's more graphic in this game too.
Oh, lovely. Sounds like a fun time.
So I think in Oots and Majora's Mask, the kind of just sucks up the other thing. You can actually see chomping and biting in this game.
Huh.
How do you do that?
Oh, I didn't know there was
You
another one.
kill a Redead and then you drag another Redead to the dead corpse of another Redead.
Drag.
I mean, with how slow they walk, you might as well be dragging them.
How do I...
I guess just lead them.
You know, I should probably get like some form of screen dimming app for my phone at some point, just so I don't essentially blind myself if I start using my phone in the middle of the night.
That sounds good.
Which
Seems like a-
against going blind.
Why would
Pardon?
you go blind?
Do you have something against going blind?
Hmm.
You like do you dislike blind playthroughs?
Dude, just like blind spawns.
What's in this room? Oh, ghosts.
You just like blind.
Do you dislike disliking?
The only thing I dislike in Zelda is Mothula.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Mothula in this game?
Oh yeah, it is in this
She
game.
just kinda dies. In one hit with a fire arrow, no less.
Smells weak to fire.
Smells weak to
But like
bank.
Boomerang destroys her, if nothing else.
Smells weak to having its life support unplugged.
Oh no, not again.
I think that's anyone on life support.
Smells
really.
weak to, smells weak to lightning.
Did you know that you can clip flying type swings with a jolt of electricity?
Yeah, but Falconer won't allow that.
You know what's really weird about that line too is that in Gold and Silver you actually can't get an electric type before that point.
Yep.
Lovely.
Same with Crystal, actually.
I thought you could get Mareep by that point.
I think you can get Mareep, can't you?
Wait, did I? There were 3 of
Not
those, right?
Crystal.
You double hit one of them.
I was gonna say, did I kill 2 with one shot? Because I didn't even see it or intend to do it. I mean, I did it on
Go for it.
purpose, obviously.
That one's going in your MLG sniping montage.
Yeah, it is.
Insert air horns.
Oh boy, my dog is barking. I'll be right back.
Adventures of a barking dog.
I googled Violet City, and what came first on Google is a song called Violet City and not the Bulbapedia page for Violet City.
That's a disgrace. Somebody needs to fix that.
Alright, so how do I make a Redead eat a Redead? Explain the process.
You kill a Redead, then you lead another Redead in the same room to the lying down corpse of the Redead.
I don't think he wanted Boomerang, unfortunately.
It's just completely apathetic to my Boomerang.
Come on, man.
He's
Quit
giving you
doing
the look
that.
of, sorry, I don't appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah, alright,
but
I'll
I'm
get
not
up
gonna tell you to
now.
stop.
Alright.
Yeah, in the original
I'll
Gold
do
Silver
that.
Crystal, you cannot get a Mareep before beating the first gym, so that's a Hugs thing.
That Moblin over there.
Yeah,
is
the
like-
Moblin's
I think
getting
I see
closer.
that.
He makes
Oh
me
well.
sad.
Here he comes. I thought for sure you could get an electric type in Crystal. Like, some route in the game had its encounter table changed to let you get one.
No?
Oh, that's alive, Moblin.
Thought he was going for the Redead for a second. He was
Hey,
gonna eat the
you!
Redead to get his health back.
I didn't ask you for your opinion. I didn't ask for your opinion either.
Sorry, then. Hey, did we say you could sit back down, good sir?
The Redead has become a Redead.
The Redead exploded.
No.
They do that. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to do this.
Probably gotta be closer than that, I guess.
I mean, they pretty much have to be, like, next to each other, which they're not.
Oh well.
I think you just have to lead it to another one.
I
and kill
mean,
it.
it's not... They go so slow.
And
They're not gonna make it to each other before the other one poofs.
Well, no, here's the thing. Like, you
Brain
have one on you,
defense.
and then you walk towards another one with it following you, and then once the one that you're walking towards starts coming towards you, you kill it.
But they have a like set range. return back to outside the game.
No, it's okay. You just gotta relocate its home.
I know it's
Yeah, he tried
possible to
to
do
do that
inside
to
of
little
the Earth
people.
Temple. I haven't tried it anywhere else.
You gather all the redeads together and have a big old redead jamboree.
Just do some redead ways and then put it in a parallel universe.
I actually did Scuttlebug moving in a ROM hack once.
Oh, lovely. How'd that go?
Because I participated in somebody's low A press challenge of Last Impact, and I figured out how to move a Scuttlebug's home so that I could do a weirdo breakdance bounce to get up onto a ledge in half an acre.
Wait, that bounce! Breakdance bounce sounds like it'd be the name of like a mission or a moon in a Mario game.
You
I
know
would
what?
love
Honestly,
very much to lock onto the moblin that's right next to me instead of the one that's infinity billion light years away.
Breakdance bounce sounds like a mini game from DK64.
It kind of does, actually. Oh god.
Oh no!
I
there's
tried
a
to hiccup,
ghost
but it turned into a
inside
bird.
me. Ow.
No. Admittedly, letting them possess you is probably the fastest way to kill them.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just like in real life ghosts.
They're all just running around the room screaming like idiots.
What the fuck do we do?
Oh no!
This is unironically the best animation in any video game.
I won!
How the fuck?
You
Fuck
did?
does that work?
Oh, I didn't see skull faces. Hey guys, I don't have a leaf. It's a lie.
Can't you just kill those things with arrows?
I can, but I'm actually running semi-low on arrows because I don't have capacity upgrades because they just don't show up for me, apparently.
Oh.
Consistently, I always find the arrow capacity upgrades much later than the bomb capacity upgrades.
Okay, now that I'm not being attacked by a cat.
Oh. Don't
Sounds
do
like a
that.
personal problem.
Did you defeat it?
Did you win?
It resulted in a stalemate, unfortunately.
Did you slay
Now
the
it's
cat?
sick.
Did you get any
Slay the
experience
cat.
from it? Did it drop any good loot?
In it?
How much experience did you get from the cat?
What item did I get from the cat?
I mean, if you
Did
didn't
you
get
learn
an
any
item,
new
you
skills
obviously
as a
didn't
result
play
of
it.
killing cat?
Hold on, please.
Did you at least get a weapon plan?
Hold on. Oh, that's right. I got cataracts from the cat.
No.
That's not even how that works.
I'm making a fucking reference.
Did it drop 3 moons from Super Mario World?
Did it drop 3 moons from Super Mario Odyssey?
Did it swap 3 moons from another game that has moons?
Did it from Majora's Mask?
Oh god!
Oh no!
Oh, this is terrible. Do you have the hurricane spin?
No.
Okay.
But he has a hammer. Oh my gosh, the light. Or at least the pause whenever you land a hit.
These electric shoes stop running into me when I'm swinging my hammer, please.
At the very least, running into you does not prevent them from dying.
Hindsight, should have dropped the
ran-
bomb. That seems to have like the same effect.
Okay, I'm gonna more electric shoes.
Nah, man. 9 lives. I get it!
Oh yeah, 9 lives, which means they have 9 revives.
Isn't this,
Unfortunate.
enemy Wizrobe room?
For some reason, that sounded like a pipe enter sound effect to me.
What did?
Whatever noise just played from your microphone, Kidlo.
Oh, that was my cat nuzzling my microphone.
I thought you defeated your cat.
I didn't say I killed it. I didn't say I killed it. I
Oh, you
just said I
spared
defeated it. Yeah, there you go.
Ah, nice Undertale reference.
Now you can date it.
Please do not take your cat.
Excuse! I just want to mash the wizard.
Wizard does not smash. Wizard is not part of Smash Brothers. Noted.
Will you guys stop appearing in the air so I don't have to use freaking arrows?
No, can I know a good quote when I hear one?
Mash the wizard.
Mash the wizard.
That's the first.
Their damn messages.
You flanded, bro.
Yo, what's
Like
up,
gold.
motherfuckers? Oh wait.
Hope is a movie
Yeah.
made by Pixar. Fuck you.
Hello.
Hello.
Twitch.tv/.
I've never seen the squished wizard animation. It's
You
really
turned him
good.
into Flat Wario.
Pancake. Nice.
Wizrobe.
Harry
add
Potter
those
and
to
the
your pancakes for some
wizard.
extra
Whoa!
magic.
Harry Potter and the fucking wizard.
What the fuck?
I had the hammer out still, and the camera got weird afterwards.
Oh my.
Ray has moves. Did you see that little pirouette he did?
So many bokoblins.
Yeah, there's a lot of enemies.
A little bit.
Bokoblins look so fucking weird in this game.
They kind of look like goblins.
It's almost as if that's what they're based on.
I like the ones in Twilight Princess.
Look at that
have
nerd
the
over there.
Actual real goblins.
Actual real goblins in the real world.
Twilight Princess is pretty rad.
The Twilight Princess ones have like those face masks on,
Alright.
so for the longest time I couldn't tell what they were supposed to be.
My hearing is god awful because I thought Jeff just said toilet princess.
My favorite
Funny
part about
joke.
most fantasy worlds is the fact that goblins basically have no human rights.
Well,
That's because they're
not
goblins.
They're goblins.
Yeah, what I
Red Eyes, I have an
human.
anime to show you later.
Oh.
Are we gonna show him Goblin Slayer?
Well, I don't know if you like Goblin Slayer, but basically Goblin Slayer explains why goblins don't have human rights.
Goblin Slayer.
All I know about Goblin Slayer is that it's a soul that I would be best
Oh,
off avoiding.
that's not
I like to imagine that the Goblin Slayer, he just wakes up in the morning, sees it like a thing like in the mail. It's just like local goblin applies for Adventurers Guild, and he goes and he just fucking slays it. He's like, oh, well, it's like not even on purpose. He just goes in. He's like, oh, nice to meet you. Welcome to. Then he just stabs him right through the throat. He's like, oh fuck.
We do not
Really?
see problems.
Oh yeah, done that.
I'm really glad I locked onto the other guy somehow.
Alright, now that just repeats itself 55 more times and you're locked out.
Not even, because you don't need bombs to kill these.
I like the shaft of the hammers.
Well, yeah,
enough.
I can use a sword to break them apart. It's just
We're
not
low
as
in
cool.
I just find it funny how the shaft of the hammer does as much damage as, like,
The whole hammer is the hitbox.
Have you ever had a sledgehammer just barely miss your face?
Have you?
No.
Sounds like a
Not it.
personal experience.
speaking of weird hitboxes, I know in Smash 4, Roy's sword sweet spot is his arm.
You should have killed him anyway.
I thought about it.
That's what
I
you
would
get
have
for
just
getting in
let
my
that
way.
arrow rip.
Uh-oh.
What is this
Yeah, but-
camera angle? Help. What
bad,
are these camera angles? Help.
bad.
I didn't want to do that. I guess I'm fighting the Dark Nut. Never mind.
Boy, he do.
Boy, I die.
Alright. Get a headshot on that Dark Nut.
Please go around the Dark Nut.
What
Hit him
anime
in
were
the
you
head
talking
with the hook shot until it dies. Never mind.
Jeff, what were you saying?
Get this freaking moblin
Were
out of
you-
here so I can have my epic duel with the
on
Dark
the
Nut.
line?
Yeah.
Earlier, whenever you said that you had an anime to show Red Eyes, was it Goblin Slayer or like?
Yes, but I was saying it jokingly.
Oh, okay.
Goblin Slayer sets itself up like it should be a comedy, but it's very much not one.
Well, it's not one unless you ignore everything that's happening and dub it
The
over
premise
yourself.
feels like it should be. Like, literally, it's an adventurer who's made it to the maximum rank in his guild by killing only goblins.
Yes.
That sounds like it should be
This-
a comedy, but
It
from what
sounds
I've
like
heard of it, it's very much something I would
People were
take.
so confused when it wasn't.
It's dark fantasy is plus comedy does not mix well.
Yeah, but from all the things I've heard of it, it's probably something I would very much dislike at bare minimum.
Kind of
Well, I
Throw
mean,
the
honestly,
sword.
the moment you hear dark fantasy, that should tip you off.
fucking
That it's probably going to be intense.
Well, a lot of people kind of ignore the dark part of dark fantasy because generally, like, most, quote-unquote isekai shit is not as dark as Western fantasy is.
Well, that's not what I mean when I say that that's what I've heard about it would put me off.
You talking about the
I don't
horribly
remember what room
uncomfortable
this is.
first episode?
I don't know what that entails,
Yeah,
but
it's this
maybe.
room.
Well, there's basically a borderline rape scene.
Well, goblins attack and kill several people, thus
Yeah.
justifying them as the villains of the series.
Yeah, okay, that would do it then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's something to never watch ever.
This room is kind of dumb.
Kind of. I guess the bombs were there in case you somehow ran out of them.
No, the bombs are there because I'm pretty sure when they do their spin attack, it triggers the bombs.
Oh.
Are they spaced just enough so they don't cause like a chain reaction?
Probably.
I hope not. Nope.
This room looks like no.
Alright, I will fight one.
Ah, no.
Save
A
your
worthy
arrow.
adversary. A worthy adversary.
You should do it with the hook shot.
Hookshot kill. Do hookshot kill.
But my sword's powered up because of Grandma!
Grandma
The
made
power
my
of
sword.
Grandma
Grandma.
flows through my veins!
Feel the
Grandma
grandma bite.
Technically isn't wrong.
She's also a member of Tingle's fan club.
Feel the grandma bite flow
Yeah,
through my
no.
veins.
Alright guys.
There you go.
What did I do this for? Any guesses?
Challenge.
Okay, other than that.
I'm gonna guess a yellow rupee.
Wait, give me a second. Give me a second.
The Master Sword upgrade.
It's
don't
not
have it
going to be
already.
anything remotely progressive.
You did it all
A-
for
a
a Triforce
single-
chart.
A single joy pendant.
Actually, no, green rupee.
It can't even be a Triforce chart because it wasn't highlighted in red.
Like, again, it's not progressive at all. Like, it's
I'm
going to be
I'm
some
gonna go.
prize that has no use to me.
I'm gonna go green rupee as well.
I'm
Copy
going
me.
joy pendant. Joy pendant.
Or it could be an arrow upgrade.
All right, final survivor, you win.
Oh, big 20.
Big 20.
Something red.
I don't know what that song is. Don't ask.
Can we get
It was very close to K. Rool's battle thing, whatever that one's called. Gangplank Galleon. That's not it.
All right, time to drink the rest of soup, so I can get more soup.
If I drink soup, Grandma will give me milk.
Time to drink more of my elixir of eternal power.
Time to drink from the fountain of youth.
Can you imagine what would happen if Goku got a hold of Grandma's soup?
Speaking of dumb glitches, I figured out how to clip into the Bird's Rock Peak.
Knowing Goku, he'd be like, "What the fuck is a grandma? Is it something you eat?"
He probably would.
Inside, I found a delivery bag.
Wait, doesn't...
So the delivery bag was bait bag locked.
I mean, he knows what a grandpa is.
I was gonna say, doesn't he know what a grandpa is?
Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah, Joey's still out there on
Ox
grandma.
King
So.
is his father-in-law, and
Yeah.
he's Grandpa Gohan.
I was gonna say
So he
Grandpa
knows,
Gohan
like,
before
he
anything
has
else,
some
but-
concept of family.
Yeah, but Joey's still out there on the concept of grandma, so.
Well, I mean, at the same time, though, he thought marriage was a food. So.
Yes. Well, to be
Yeah,
fair,
but but
he
you really
at one
expect
point thought
you
that.
really expect him to learn about the concept of Maricon training in the mountains with a crazy old man.
And
wasn't
not
even in
having
the mountains.
any.
Well, hey, no, his Grandpa Gohan told him to be very polite to women, so he could have taught him. Not that he would have remembered, but.
Point is, though.
I'm gonna ignore my ignoring of the leaf briefly, because I'd be stupid to just not get the fairy fountain while I'm here.
Link, don't do it. You have so much to live for.
I'm gonna do it!
I'm gonna.
I'm gonna do it!
I'm gonna crunch. I'm gonna munch.
I did it.
And I'm gonna blow your house down with the lemons.
I'll
With
crunch and I'll
lemons.
munch and I'll blow your house down.
You know, I don't know how that reminded me, but that reminded me we should do more sentence tennis at some point.
Oh God.
Sentence
Nothing-
tennis is so much more fun than word tennis.
Well,
I don't think anything will ever top the Abraham Lincoln story, though.
Alright, but
Oh,
the,
is that what those were?
the raccoon story.
The raccoon one was good, mostly
raccoon-
because of how fucking stupidly convoluted it
The
was.
man takes out his bomb.
Alright, I know what
picks
you're about
up the
to
rock
do.
anyway.
You're about to do the fucking squats.
Oh, okay. In fact, yeah, but part of me
I
wants.
fucking knew it. The second you lifted up the rock, it's like, hey, this is like the Hook show. Oh fuck.
Oh,
Here it comes.
Part of me wants you to read
He's
the
a little
raccoon
paranoid.
story.
Do
what
what?
about the story where someone was like, when was there a female?
Oh yeah, that was the first one. That one
Oh.
was the
The
what fairy?
raccoon who became a dog. Who
The
became
first
a
story
man.
was also really good. First story is underrated, in my opinion.
Yeah. Someone should read out those stories though.
Eh.
To share them with
Oh,
the
someone's
world.
calling me.
Jeff!
And then we never heard from Jeff again.
What are they calling him?
Jeff.
A person.
I think somebody was calling him to give him the job of getting Kid Low out of here.
Do I even have anything to spend money on? I bought out Masked Beetle. I think I deciphered all of my Triforce charts except for the one that I don't have.
You could play the Birdman challenge
Well, I mean,
220 times.
I could. Does
Do
that-
it.
I could go dump 999 rupees in the auction and get that heart piece.
You could.
Do you have any Triforce charts left to decipher?
I deciphered all of them that I have except for the one that I don't have.
So money
That's
is no
space
object to you
bill.
at this point.
Pretty much, yeah.
Go dump 999 rupees in the auction.
Wait, I got it. Buy a whole bunch of Huey pairs.
Wait, don't you still need to buy that red rupee for 500 rupees?
I already bought it.
I wasn't
bought
there
it.
for that.
I bought it like the end of the last stream.
I wasn't there for that.
$80 life lesson.
It's not my fault. It's a life lesson that I willingly accepted and I knew in advance it was a life lesson.
Unlike King Zora, who's a life lesson
That
complete.
is not my sale.
It's almost your sale.
What, you're saying an arrow would not put wind in your boat's sail?
An arrow of holy light will not put wind in my sail, no.
If the arrow goes at light speed, just fire the arrow at the back of the boat and you'll go flying. That's how that works.
The Earth will also vaporize.
Yeah, that too.
Who
Hey,
cares? It's
you're gonna
fine.
get to your destination.
It's one of my favorite XKCD what if things. Is the what if you threw a baseball at near the speed of light? And the answer is that everything would just vaporize from the heat.
What, 0.99 cc or whatever it is?
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, I still find the idea of breaking the sound barrier with a fastball is hilarious.
Not even the sound barrier. The
light barrier.
The light barrier, pretty much. I don't know what else.
Everything
words
just
to say.
evaporates.
Alright guys, remember the, like, 3 other times I've been in this dungeon?
But no, isn't there like a massive explosion when you break the speed of sound?
Wake happens
Yeah,
in,
There's a
like-
sonic boom,
Yeah,
Say it's
sonic
called
boom.
Yeah, a
sonic
sonic boom that just starts melting everything behind it.
and it also ruins a franchise forever.
It's also the
What a
intro
funny
song.
joke.
That's
Yeah.
an intro song. That's pretty
So
good.
if you threw
Yeah,
a
way to go,
base,
way to go, then. Sonic.
Yeah.
like, if you threw a fastball that broke the sound barrier, would that mean your hand gets?
Yes.
All the bones in your hand would just be broken.
No, never mind broken. They would be vaporized.
Yeah,
Also,
you would be
in order to
vaporized.
generate
You
that much
would
force,
become
your
a
muscles
gas.
would just tear.
like you would melt and evaporate in the same millisecond.
I don't know if that much heat would be generated from just the sound barrier.
Well, no, but from the fastball that is thrown at like near the speed of light.
But what if you were wearing a tungsten glove?
Jeff's
You
not
could
even
still
here.
melt, but the tungsten glove would be fine.
Well, no, you wouldn't be able to throw the ball in the first place. Your hand would be weighed down. and
I
you
feel
wouldn't-
sorry for the catcher who has to catch the sound barrier fastball.
He would see
The
the
sonic
ball
boom
about
ball.
to be. He would see the ball about to be thrown, and then he would be dead. Like I'm not even joking.
And if I recall correctly, by baseball rules, the catcher will be considered hit by pitch and will be allowed to advance to the first pitch.
Yeah!
Catcher is on the same team as the pitcher, Cronus.
Or the batter, I guess.
It's only if the batter gets hit by the actual ball.
I mean, he
I
did.
mean,
But
it
If the
did,
catcher
guys.
gets
Not the
hit, then
batter.
that means the batter didn't.
I need this torch.
Like,
Point
he also
is-
got engulfed
point is-
in the all-consuming fireball.
Point is though that the batter would die before he even saw the guy throw the ball.
But the batter doesn't get hit by baseball unless the pitcher was aiming for him.
Well,
Okay.
the pitcher has just doomed the world.
Friendly reminder, everything from this point, I had to go to Savage Labyrinth for.
Also, friendly reminder, today is Saturday, that means the ball catching contest
No
is on
one
today.
cares, Red Eyes!
Wow, that wasn't even
was British.
me.
I know what I said.
Wait, is this the case where people were confusing me and Chip, but now it's Red Eyes and British
Is it?
with the bug catching contest?
Oh no, I'm locked in a room.
Ball catching contest is a great time.
Can we talk about how my game froze very slightly?
What the fuck?
And then I just anticlimactically hit the table instead of the guy.
Automatically clunked on the table.
Good. Oh man, it is
That-
December.
What an amazing way
That
to.
was funnier than it should have been.
It's
What an
finally
amazing-
Christmas.
Yeah. Well, no, Christmas started when Black Friday started. It's like law that when Thanksgiving is over,
No,
Christmas is just immediately the holiday season begins.
no, it's as soon as Halloween is over, it's Christmas.
Don't you mean
Okay.
before Halloween is over?
What's a
No,
Thanksgiving?
actually, Red Eyes is right. Actually, the reason why grocery stores and stores in general do that is because Christmas is more marketable than Thanksgiving.
I
Really,
can't
the Christmas
believe.
season never-
Derek, you're not alone. My store does the same shit. I was waiting for that to rebound and then hit you with the fire.
What the heck is Tingle Chest in Hub Room?
I think that's only a chest that's visible via Tingle Tuner.
But I already got the Tingle statue chest. Is this like back in a previous room and I just didn't see it?
No, it's big 20 by the way.
Probably.
Yeah, the compass says there's a chest right here. That's dumb. Why are there two? I had no idea this was even here, by the way.
Well, now you do.
Well, I guess. It's like, I at least know vaguely where the Tingle chests are, but I had no idea this random one was here.
Well, now you know for the base game, if that is there.
I mean,
in, base
in
game.
the base game, it's probably rupees or some garbage. Which, at this point in the game, there's way too many rupees for your wallet size, so...
Yeah.
Literally, who cares?
What is the max wallet size in this game?
It's 5,000, but at that point, it's 99. Good luck not hitting max before you have access to the first wallet. Or no, it's not
Ow.
99, it's 200, my bad. Even so,
Oh,
my
yeah.
point still stands.
Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, this.
I should consider sleeping.
No.
Yes.
I remember a lot of people having trouble with that one enemy placement.
Yeah,
See?
so
Remember the argument from last time?
Shoot ice arrows on.
I
How
think
that you can't ride that up? I think I can. Goodbye,
Well,
Britain.
it's a different lava pillar entirely.
I'm aware. Pot.
Hot.
Door.
Who needs bombs?
I thought about just using ice arrows to cross the gap instead of using the grappling hook, which I can probably do, but I only have 5 arrows, so
You could still probably do in 5 arrows.
While true, probably wants to conserve his
You should
arrows.
totally put Gomer with the light arrows.
Alright, so people have talked about that before. What's the deal with light arrows on Goma again?
I think it heals Goma.
It heals Gomer.
Cool. I wish I had the hero's charm.
Oh,
I
that's-
never understood
Yeah.
why the GameCube version of this game didn't have the name tags for boss is.
It doesn't,
The only
does
way
it?
to kill Gomer with the light arrows.
Some of them.
The only way to kill Gomer with the light arrows is to heal it so much that its health overflows.
Wait, does it only have them for some of them?
Yeah. I think it has it for Goma, but it doesn't have it for Kali Deimos for some reason.
I don't recall it having one for Goma.
I mean, I guess we'll see.
We
I will
might
be there
not know,
soon.
because we can probably skip the cutscene.
That's true, actually. Never mind. We won't see. I lied.
This is a
Because
shitty stairway.
if I saw one, it wasn't until I probably beat the...
Hey, Medley, you okay? Medley, you okay? Medley is looking a little different, guys. She sure has changed since I abandoned her in the Earth Temple.
Yeah, I think the only boss I remember seeing a name tag for in the GameCube version is the Wind Waker, or not the Wind Waker, the Wind Temple boss. Ugh, words.
Oh man, an enemy of chilled.
Yes, I wanted to pick this up.
Well, I mean,
You did it.
Pick him
Try
up
that
from
again.
the butt.
I tried. Wow, Increda rude. Oh, well, he just shattered. It's fine.
yeah.
He had enough arrows to the face for one lifetime.
Guys, Medley turned into a quiver.
Wow.
Yay.
About
I wasn't
time.
expecting there to be anything useful.
You know, I needed an arrow refill, so that kind of came at the best time.
Yeah.
Yay.
You know, Medley has feathers, arrows have feathers, it's basically the same thing.
That was a quiver.
Basically. Remember that leaf I don't have?
Quiver has arrows in it.
Oh, right,
Friend.
there's wind in this room.
Yep,
Because it's not a room.
that's my biggest problem with being outside in the Wind Waker, is that if you want to use the leaf, you gotta change the wind every time.
Thankfully, this is
Yes.
in a very convenient
There's wind
direction.
here. I forgot about that. Also, Game Guide
Curses.
does not have any servitudes.
What do I not have?
Any servitudes?
You're right. I guess. Please.
All that for money.
Well, so far, leafless Dragon Roost has not yielded a whole lot.
Save for the quiver.
Well, I mean, yeah, there was the quiver, but that was literally it. I'm not even gonna bother cutting this down. There's no point.
Is that how you're supposed to get over
Well,
here?
that's how you get down to where the boss key and such is, but I already did that using ice arrows, like, way earlier, so...
Yay.
Like, the last item in this dungeon is literally kill Goma, so...
Alright, you gonna make your way over with ice arrows, or are you gonna grapple hook over?
I mean, I guess I can now.
Why are there magic drops in this dungeon?
Good question! Convenient for me, though, because I would like them.
It's probably because he actually has
And it
magic.
would have only taken one arrow.
Again, he was concerned about his amount of arrows, not whether or not he
Sup?
could do it in 1 or 5 arrows.
There it is.
There he is!
There he is.
Excuse me, can your claw get out of my way, please? Okay. No, it's fine.
Can you not just hit him in the eye?
I'm supposed to grapple.
You need to break the
No, I'm
armor
supposed to
first.
grapple Valu's tail first, but it's just not hitting for some reason.
Yeah, because there's a Goma in the way.
I'm aware.
I think you have to do it when Goma's down like
Okay,
that.
thank you. I've never had trouble hitting Valu's tail, like, ever. Outside of just blatantly missing it. It just didn't hit again. You can stop that at any time. You just get your claw out of the ground instantly if you hit me? Because that doesn't make any sense. Or you just get it out instantly anyway? How do you actually fight Goma? Because apparently I'm having trouble with it now, arbitrarily.
Give me
I
the
think you
arrow
need to back
pointing
up
at
a
the
little
eye.
bit.
Okay, Kidlo, I don't normally have arrows at this point, so... Are you gonna do anything? You want this boomerang?
I think you also don't have boomerang at this point either.
Can you do that thing where you get stuck in the ground so I have time to actually throw a hook
If you
at this
hook shot
tail?
it in the eye, will it just die instantly?
No.
Did you even try the hook shot?
I mean, it's pretty much invincible during this phase, so...
Well, being on these platforms makes it easier to grapple.
Well,
so.
yeah, it sure does. And then I miss anyway, is what I was expecting to happen. Alright, time to kill Goma with the boomerang. It's what I truly desire to do.
No, I say hook shot it to death.
I'll try your stupid hookshot. Hookshot actually pulls it down. Man, forget the grappling hook. Wait, the boomerang pulls it down too.
Oh,
It's probably just a really bad reaction.
Man, it really doesn't like ice arrows.
Does it not?
I mean, it's in a fiery area.
It didn't like being
I
shot
saw you
with
about
an
to
arrow.
use that light arrow.
I was switching from the light arrow. Admittedly, I wanted to use a fire arrow. I wasn't expecting the normal arrow to just kill it, but alright.
And then a giant, supposedly flaming arrow.
Can't believe Goma's freaking dead! Goma's life essence was 200 monies.
Man, that leafless savage labyrinth really paid off.
To be fair, I still have one leafless location left.
Or you could just go do the Forbidden Forest.
Or I have one leafless location left.
Let's go
Okay.
do that.
It's
with
right
fire.
here on this island anyway, so...
Oh, right, the feathers.
There it came back.
Goma is Pyribbit. I don't want to talk about Pyribbit.
Technically speaking, then you have two. Because
Well,
you
I
the
have
feathers,
two on
and then
this
you have
island,
the
yeah, well...
male.
I know. Like, I know I haven't done the secret island thing, and I'm gonna, but...
You know, this game seems like something that would take advantage of e-reader content.
Did the e-reader come out while this was a thing? I thought that came out later. But I don't remember, admittedly.
Well, I know there was e-reader content for the GameCube Animal Crossing.
Well, I know that, but I don't remember... Either way, I don't think it does.
Was this
talk
out
to you, please?
before or after Ruby Sapphire?
Yes.
This was before Ruby Sapphire, I think.
Because I know the e-reader came out after Ruby Sapphire.
Wow, a joy pendant!
That's a reward of some sort. Don't forget to check your mail.
Does that happen instantly, or...?
I don't know.
Is the wind already going that way?
I am falling asleep in my chair. I should probably go to bed.
Not with that attitude.
You're right. I'll just fall asleep in my chair during the stream. Nothing will happen.
I mean, if I hear
Nothing.
you snoring, I'll move you out of the call.
Yeah, you'll move me, but at the same time, I'd like to fall asleep in a comfy bed than a swivel chair.
Ah! Ah! That's not my bow!
Allow me to conduct you the song of my people.
I mean, Wind Waker had the Tingle Tuner, which is basically the e-reader, but better. Because it doesn't require any stupid peripherals or cards.
No, wait. I pull out the Wind Waker to play that Song of Death from Majora's Mask.
You just play whatever song makes
I
Majora's.
can't remember the name of that song. I know it has a name.
The e-reader came out in September of 2002.
Bird.
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 The e-reader and Wind Waker came out around the same. Oh wait, no, they did not come out at the same time. Japan 2002 for.
Elegy of Emptiness is a different thing.
Okay, so the e-reader came out a year before Wind Waker.
Heck yeah.
Man.
One more.
I'm gonna go to bed because I don't feel like fainting in my chair. You guys have a good night.
Wow, what a lame.
I mean, if you faint, that's more than being tired.
If he faints, then he has to go back to the Pokemon Center.
You think Kidlo knows anything about Pokemon? Get real, unalive.
Sorry, you're right.
Well, Forest Haven, I guess.
Maybe just play the Song of Passing once to see if that makes the mailbox activate.
Well, I was just wondering if area transitioning would do it. Answer is no. Red Eyes, what did you do?
I don't know, something Kidlo didn't like. I mean, I was just pleasing that Kidlo actually managed to leave the call correctly.
Letters for Dead? Dear
It's my favorite
Dead,
Valve game.
take this heart as a token of my appreciation. It's treasure chart 30. It might be a heart.
Well, time to go check this treasure spot immediately.
Yeah, pretty much,
As a
TBH.
token of my appreciation. Now, I've noticed in all of the time that I've been playing this randomizer, which is 2, I've never gotten a treasure chart from another treasure chart, so it might actually not be a thing. That's the logic.
I've seen a Triforce chart from a treasure chart, but that's not quite the same thing.
I think I've seen a treasure chart from a Triforce chart. Oh, you can get a treasure chart from a treasure chart.
You sure? Because admittedly, I've not seen one.
Well, according to Dirk, it is.
I mean, I'll believe you, but again, I've not seen one. It might have something to do with the way the randomizer places stuff. Like, it places all the treasure charts before... Like, if it places everything by spheres, I guess, if the grappling hook is a later sphere, then it just can't put anything under the ocean.
Yeah.
Because you can't put anything under the ocean unless the grappling hook's there, so I don't know.
I forget, in the final dungeon of the game is the grappling hook used?
It actually was a heart.
Wow. I think that's a better heart than she normally gives you, too.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a wee bit.
I'm really tempted to go back to Forsaken Fortress and see what happened to my blue rupee.
Oh yeah,
right.
the final climb. That, because the speedrun kind of skips something. I don't think it's the grappling hook, but it might be. They have to do this really amazing RNG dependent thing where they manipulate a fairy to fly into Link after a zombie hover. Is it the hook shot?
I'm pretty sure it's the hook shot. There sure are Deku Babas here.
You seem to die very easily with the use of a single yellow ring.
A yellow bent stick.
A yellow bent stick. A banana. Yo, who's ready to climb this thing twice?
No, thank you.
To do the Forbidden Woods, you only have to climb it halfway.
It's true.
Then don't you only need to climb it once to do it all?
Well, there's like 2 paths at the top.
Oh.
Only one of the paths leads to a chest, and you're honestly better off doing the Forbidden Forest first.
Can I even reach that without a grappling hook? Because it doesn't look like I can.
You cannot.
I keep forgetting that they changed it so I can actually turn while not stopped.
Swinging.
'Cause that's not a thing in the original. I'm just so used to it.
That you have to stop, turn.
To be honest, I didn't even think about it. I just kind of did it.
I mean, that's something I would do in having not played this game in years, because just it seems like normal video game logic. Like, oh, I'd be able to turn while swinging on a rope.
I don't remember where all of the various doors lead.
To get to the one that has the chest, you gotta get into the bulb and get up on that tree branch.
Oh, this is the one that opens up the statue gallery.
Yeah, the one that's useless in Rando.
Yeah. How do I even do that again?
There's a thing that you have to, I think, fly a seagull into.
Where?
To your right, on the wall there.
Is it on the wall? I thought he had to send the seagull down into that, like, bullish rock.
Like, I do vaguely remember needing a seagull for some reason. I just don't remember where the switch is. Is it down there? Like,
Yeah,
next
that's
to my
it.
rupee counter? Like, I'm not gonna
pretty sure
bother,
that's
but
it.
I was just curious.
You there, boy. Get your grubby fingers off my Ming vase.
Oh,
Hello.
hello. How goes the Jeff?
It goes. Not looking forward to going to work tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., but
But
There's
Shit
no
happens.
but.
there's always a but. Somewhere. Yo, who needs magic?
You do, apparently.
Is wind already? I mean, I guess I could change it a little bit.
Are you not able to fly straight to the Forsaken Woods?
Well, no, this is something else. I didn't. Is that wind going the correct direction? Like I'm having a hard time.
Are you
It's
looking at that
going
small island over there?
A little not the correct direction, but you can still make it.
It's going kind of in the direction, but not completely straight at it.
Like, yeah, it's at a weird angle.
I think you need to go southeast, yeah.
It sure is a good thing I can see my shadow from up here. And that
forget, does-
momentum isn't a thing.
I forget, does Wind Waker have
Oh, baby.
a wall, or do you just
Wow.
wrap around when you sail?
That was worth
He has a
having to climb all the way back up.
It sure was!
That's why I said you should probably do the Forbidden Woods first.
Yeah!
Taking the swim of shame.
Like when you reach the edge of the world when sailing, the thing just stops you.
Lame. Would be cool if you just completely wrapped around the world.
That would be neat. Too bad they didn't do that. I mean, look at it this way. At least when I go into Forbidden Woods, I can complete the whole thing. So, none of this having to come back shenanigans.
Be sure to bring some water.
Wait, I don't think I can do that in time, though, because I'd have to do the whole dungeon. Unless I beeline straight to Calidamos.
What you could do is you could do the whole dungeon, leave, grab some water, go back.
Or you can go beat the boss and then do the rest.
If you do that, though, then you'll have to go back up to the Forbidden Forest again. Since it puts you right in front of the Deku Tree when you complete it.
Something is hilarious.
This is one of the best prequel memes I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm gonna put it in high level.
Okay, Jeff.
On live, please look at this.
It didn't get me. It didn't get me. So
The last-
ornaments and the
Yes.
ornaments.
In the Order Children's too. So fucking good. I decked them. I decked the halls.
I feel like the Forbidden Woods is not the worst dungeon to enter in the series.
Disagree. It is definitely the worst dungeon to
That is
enter
a
in the
pretty
series.
good one.
I mean, it's up there.
Why is it bad?
Because of the wind and the waiting and the magic requirement.
God, that's so good.
There's a lot of reasons why it's bad.
What if it turns out that you are the one who is bad?
Yo!
Alright. So is it possible to just fly straight to the Forsaken Woods
Nope.
from this platform?
Pretty sure nope. To be
Nope.
fair, I've never tried it with double magic.
And then of course there's no shortcut to get back to it once you've entered it once, because that would be convenient.
It looks like it's, I wouldn't be able to make it.
You can make that.
Can you?
Well, you can't make it to the Forbidden Forest, but you can make it to that whirlwind, theoretically.
Like, if I timed it just right, and I got into the whirlwind from here, could I make
could
it all the
probably
way to
do it.
Forbidden Woods?
Probably, but you shouldn't try it because it's a waste of time.
A little bit, yeah.
Actually, Snow Peak, Snowhead might be worse.
Yeah.
Snowhead's
Majora's
annoying.
Mask?
No, Twilight Snowhead.
No, I'm talking about Majora's Mask.
What's
Yeah.
the name of the house from Twilight? That's
Snow Point? No, that's
Snow Peak.
Snow Peak.
so many things with snow.
I don't know about Snowhead. I mean, I guess doing it without knowing what you're doing, I can understand.
Well, if it's about like entering the dungeon, it's kind of annoying. You have to redo it all.
Jump out of the boat and leap into the whirlwind.
That makes a ton of sense, actually. I do know that the game is nice enough to void you out if you fall from high enough, rather than making you fall into the water proper.
It's like to enter Snowhead, you need to like become Goron, put the Goron to sleep, and then roll all the way up to the.
Guys,
Yep,
I can't
and
believe
you have to
Forbidden
do
Woods
that
is
every
in
time.
Forbidden Woods.
Because it resets when you turn back time.
And even if you like leave, go to another area and come back, you still in the same cycle. You still have to roll all the way up to the door anyway, because the warp is at the entrance to the screen.
Could you imagine if there wasn't an owl statue at the top of Stone Tower Temple?
No, I don't want to think
Bad.
about true terror.
Can you kill that plant with a fire arrow?
I can kill it with the boomerang.
You can kill it with anything that does damage.
I decked them. So fucking stupid. Not just the ornaments, but the Orna women's. And the Orna children's, too.
What?
God. I fucking hate this dungeon.
What's wrong with this dungeon?
passed away.
I like this dungeon.
I like the atmosphere of this dungeon. I don't like the bulbs that send you flying.
Yeah, mostly the bulbs are what I don't like. But
mean-
also, it's just like, every time I see this game, like whenever someone's streaming it, I'm like, oh cool, I'll watch some Wind Waker. And like, it's always this dungeon. I've just seen it too much, and I'm like,
I mean, to be fair, I have everything to complete this dungeon, so it's not like it's gonna take that long.
Game Guy, you better speedrun it.
I mean, I've already got 2 chests, and I've barely been in here.
Are you trying to tell me you're speedrunning right now?
Sure. If you want to believe that.
Honestly, I actually do like this dungeon in the interior. I think the Tower of the Gods is worse. It's really tedious.
Agree.
Tower of the Gods is only really a problem for me in the boat phase.
Yeah.
Well, even once you get the command melody, because every time you want to do any of the puzzles, you gotta command melody the thing, and then take the command melody off, and then go into the door, and then redo command melody.
Was Tower of the Gods beaten?
You know the dungeon I hated the most in Twilight Princess?
No.
Well, the Deku tree, or whatever you want to call it, the tree, the forest, whatever, was garbage. I didn't like that one. But also, I didn't like, and a lot of people like this dungeon, and I like the aesthetic of it, I just don't like the puzzles.
Snowhead?
No. I'm saying, I said fucking Twilight Princess.
Or not
Snow
Snowhead.
Peak.
Snow Peak. Okay.
I like Snow Peak personally.
So
I like
did
the
I.
aesthetic.
Dirk, I will fight you. Lake Bed is my favorite.
Lakebed is really good.
It
is pretty good. I enjoyed it. But the one I don't like, but a lot of people did like, I just don't like it because of the puzzles, is the, what was it, Dominion Rod dungeon?
Temple of Time.
Temple of Time.
Yeah, Temple of Time. I didn't like that one.
I just liked it as, oh, the Temple of Time is an actual dungeon.
Remember all these puzzles that were here?
Yeah,
I liked how
those
it
are
just
some good puzzles.
I think the Zelda game with my favorite dungeons is Skyward Sword.
Skyward Sword has pretty good dungeons.
It does. They're really fun.
Okay, remind me again what the best way to go here would be.
Head up to the right, and then just follow that.
I mean,
path
I know
around.
I know vaguely the natural progression the game wants me to do, but
Natural regression's kind of the best. Honestly.
Because like this is a randomizer, so I don't expect that.
Just because you have the key, you can go into the key door before going into the vine maze, and so you can leaf down to the vine maze from the return path from the mini boss.
I'll return your mini boss.
Okay.
Good. I'm gonna need that.
Yeah, I figured you might. That's why I offered to. Plus, he looked lonely.
My least favorite dungeon, probably, like to actually play in Twilight Princess, is probably the Arbiter's Grounds.
Like
God,
Arbiter's
I
Grounds
actually-
too.
I love the Arbiter's Grounds.
Y'all are
Only
picking
thing-
my favorite dungeons to hate on.
The only
I
good
like-
thing about the Arbiter Grounds is the boss fight using the spinner.
I personally love the Arbiter's Grounds.
I like every part of the Temple of Time that's not the Scales puzzle.
Okay,
Also-
I agree with that because I don't care much for the scale puzzle either.
I was at my sister's a couple months back, and she was playing through Twilight Princess for the first time, and she was I guess she was stuck on that scales puzzle for like about an hour, and then I said to her, you know there's a shelf with those pots on it, and she's like, what pots? And I'm just like, the ones you can move with the Dominion Rod, and she's like, you can move those?
Yeah. What are you even doing?
I'm trying to hit these.
Meanwhile, Rocket
Yay,
Rock
I
is
can
just
leave!
annihilating you.
I seem to recall my first time beating the scales puzzle, I cheesed it by putting some things like half on one of the scales so that it would just shift between the two of them,
Oh.
and which one was higher. So,
Are you just not gonna make it live insta-death?
I mean, I could just insta-kill it, but apparently that makes music play forever, so eh. Guys, I got the boomerang!
That's
5 rupees. 5 rupees.
Boomerang.
Damn it. It's a treasure chart.
Wow, I can't believe you got the vanilla boomerang game guy.
Someone's gonna have to remind me I have a treasure chart once I get out of here.
Okay.
Hey, Game Guy, you have a treasure
God,
chart.
I wish I could upload pictures from my Switch to like
Messenger or something instead of Twitter or Facebook.
They should make a Discord like app for the Switch. I don't know if the Switch has
Like,
apps.
I actually just want to post it on Reddit so that because I have a question regarding the picture.
Does the Switch have apps?
Not to my knowledge.
I mean, like 3DS.
Hold up. There's a chest. I noticed it like as I hit A on the door.
Like the 3DS clock apps and those types of things.
No, like anything on the 3DS you download and it gets its own like little channel, quote unquote.
I mean, I guess every game in
Every
that
game,
sense.
technically.
Okay, so they need to make a Discord app channel thing you can use.
Why?
Does it have YouTube?
Oh.
I don't remember.
I mean, why would I do YouTube on that when I can
Well,
do YouTube on my computer?
I
would I use
wouldn't, but I
YouTube
was
on that?
more
Use it
asking,
on my
does the
phone.
Switch have YouTube?
I mean, the 3DS.
I think it does.
Switch got YouTube about a month ago, apparently.
I didn't even know that. TBH.
We're living in the 21st century now, boys.
Finally, I can watch YouTube on my Switch.
Finally, now I can be a schizoid man.
Finally, I can watch YouTube in bed. Oh wait, I could do that already.
With a thing called the phone.
Who
just
needs a
hate using my
Nintendo
phone.
Switch when you got your iPhone?
Why would you pay that
Oh.
much money for a phone?
Well, I got
Just
all of the Tingle statues now.
Big brain. Watch YouTube on the bed on the 3DS app.
My ankles.
It smells like mold.
Galaxy Brain, use the fucking iPad in Tabletop Simulator to watch YouTube.
Galaxy Brain, code YouTube into Minecraft for Switch.
Galaxy Brain, get a Switch app. Well, get a Switch in Tabletop Simulator. Run a iPad like what do you call it?
Sure.
Emulator on it, and then
Use
on
the
that
wave- use
play
the wave-
Minecraft and then code in YouTube.
No, code in the Wayback Machine so you can watch Google videos.
Galaxy Brain.
Wait, no, I got it. While running Minecraft, code in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, then use arbitrary code execution to run the Wayback Machine.
Yes!
How good of a
Vine
computer
Maze
would you
door.
need to emulate all that emulation?
I believe the Vine Maze door is to your left,
I was
right?
gonna say, is it the one with the flower on it still?
Yeah, that would be it. Man, could you imagine actually having to solve these puzzles?
What are puzzles?
That's a good question.
God, isn't it fucking insane how far technology's come? In like the
Oh.
70s or something, I think, whenever they sent the first message via internet, it was just LO.
They were asking for it.
But in the 70s, the first message they ever sent was just the letters LO. They tried to like put in load, but the thing crashed every time they tried to put
What?
more than 2 letters in.
What?
They were trying to type lol.
No.
It's fine if you only have 2 of them on you.
God, that stupid fucking trick in the speedrun where they use these fuckers for a glitch. In like
Oh yeah,
the last
that
rooms. No need to be sarcastic because I don't know the name of it.
There's always a need to be sarcastic. Oh, wow, guys, the deluxe Picto box. I forgot I didn't have that.
That could be important.
It could be, actually.
Can't wait to have to wait for the phases of the fucking moon.
Who's ready for Song of Passing a Clock? Ow.
It's my favorite time of day.
More like Song of Passing a Blunt.
Jeff, you're so funny.
You sounded like you had a brain aneurysm.
Because it with how funny that joke was.
Saving Hyrule Link just got smoke.
Dude, what if instead of a sword, Link just had a huge ass bog that he just ripped all the time?
What if the Deku Leaf
Oh
was
boy,
just
guys.
a leaf of marijuana?
The platform chart! No,
Wow! Finally!
It's actually really useful when you're not using a guide.
Is it though? Because it doesn't
No.
tell you what to do.
No, but it tells you that there are platforms in places that you might not have found the platforms
Yo,
in if
where-
you're stupid.
Where's the island that has like the little igloo blue or tan maybe? Igloo thing on it, and then it has like a basement in it that has like a fuck ton of slimes in it.
Coprin Island.
I guess.
Literally
Whenever-
like the first island you can sail to.
Jeff, you just described my house.
Also, I thought it was an egg.
But whenever I was younger, whenever I went to Austin's house, he would always like we used to do this thing wherever we played Zelda games or like any game really. We'd
That's
like
the
try
way
to
get Cali demos.
Oh, is it?
try to find
Yeah.
we would try to find like places we could make into like little houses, so any kind of abandoned structure we would claim was our home in the game. And so we would pretend that we had a slime infestation and shit. God, that was ages ago.
Why didn't you just like play the game?
Because after you've already beaten the game, it's like not like as fun, so you have to like use your imagination to
This
have
isn't
fun.
the 1980s anymore, Jeff. When you beat a game, you don't have to keep playing it.
Says
Oh
you.
yeah, so it looks like he's doing the water thing.
Sorry, I'm not entitled to have infinite
Help.
games like you are.
I don't have infinite games. I just don't play the same game twice in a row.
I
Jeff,
Did I
how
have
can you
very
say I
many
have infinite
options?
games when the most recent game I have is like Metroid Other M?
Hey, you bought the Scooby game recently.
Yeah, that's a recent game.
I
Well,
thought the most
at least
recent
it's a
game you had was
timeline.
Mario Odyssey.
Chronologically.
Yeah, what do you know? I bought it for $2. Boy, I sure feel entitled to my purchase.
I'm gonna buy you a game on Steam.
Is there a way to cheat my way up there?
I don't think so.
Probably with the same fairy glitch.
There's oh. You mean zombie hovering, Red Eyes? Yeah, let's
Yeah.
do some of that.
I have an idea.
Warm up your
Zombie
Russian
hovering.
game guy. It's time
Alright.
to do some zombie hovering.
Game guy, I
Aw,
have-
baby!
Strat
Game guy,
names.
I have an idea to get up there.
Lay it on me.
Alright, purchase a Game Genie
No.
and then use it.
I still can't believe a Zelda game was released that had a fucking
Yeah,
shut
man.
button.
Purchase a Game Genie and then do a glitch.
Wow. Don't you know glitches are basically cheating?
Glitches are basically a sin. Okay, I
If you-
remember that the Tingle chest is in this room. I don't really remember where, except I have the compass, so it's gonna tell me exactly where it is.
Good one.
Ow. This way is P-hats, guys. Remember that joke? It's funny, right?
I remember that joke.
One of the many classic Zelda puns. Or not
That's
even
not
a
even a
pun.
pun.
I was just correcting myself, you fuckers. Stop trying to jump all over my ass.
Jump whenever I want. Thank you.
But you're an enemy, so I'm supposed to be jumping at you.
Just do it falcing later.
Falcing?
Okay, but let me pull on my pants first.
But Jeff,
That
your ass
video
is
is
the
so
bounciest part of your
stupid.
body.
Oh, that's what you're referencing. Okay.
Fucking hate that video.
You hate it, but you continue to reference.
You're the one who always brings it up first.
You cannot encourage me. What are you doing? Just crawl into the hole and leave a bomb.
What
I
do
guess
you
I
do?
could do that.
You're supposed to be jumping in.
Why aren't you jumping?
Listen, I wanted to
Good
do
one.
it in a more creative way.
Yeah, creative, like whiffing your fucking leaf and bonking your forehead against a fucking ledge.
Hey Jeff, remember when you whiffed that shine get?
Hey, game guy, remember whenever you didn't know that the water spout turned the bridges in Mario Sunshine?
Hey, Jeff, remember when you thought it was $1.20 in the morning?
Has no comeback.
Hey,
I'm
Jeff,
trying to
how
think
does
of
it feel
something
to be
embarrassing
literally
that
owned?
Dragon did. Do what?
How does it feel to be literally owned?
Wow, unalive. Slavery is dead.
Just burn the Octorok.
Abraham
Whatever.
Lincoln died for my sins.
Anyone want calamari?
No.
Anybody want Calidamos?
No.
Flower,
Yes.
will you please
Not
move
this
away from the
thing.
wall?
I actually
Anybody-
do want calamari. I'm real fucking hungry.
Calamari is actually pretty good. A little rubbery.
What is this?
It's made of
physics?
squids.
Yeah. I welcome our squid overlords.
I thought Octoroks were closer to squids anyways, but eh.
I mean,
Yo,
Octo?
I got rid of your rock! Yo, he did it again!
Yo! Are you ready to rock?
Are you ready to get Octorocked? Why will this flower not move? What is wrong with this stupid flower?
By the way,
I-
I just realized
I hate
the
video
perfect-
games.
I
no,
missed
this
the
is just
perfect
straight up the
opportunity
game being
earlier.
stupid. He's definitely f***ing the leaf correctly.
I just realized I missed the perfect opportunity earlier to say that I'm so hungry I could eat an Octorok.
Are you?
Good.
Yes.
Aren't there supposed to be moblins in here?
They spawn when you hit the switches.
Oh. I don't remember this, but alright.
I like
Here,
that little
let me
hobbit
refresh your
house.
memory. Hit all the switches.
I mean, I'm going to anyway.
You remember me. It's where you remember 8 things.
Oh, you know.
Guys, I know where the Earth Temple is! I lied when I said I had all the dungeon maps, apparently.
Alright, now
know.
you have the map for us.
Grandma's starting to get old, and her memory is not so good. Dwayne the Octorok Johnson. Fuck you. Look
You
at these
know-
shiny boys.
I sure would enjoy doing the thing I want to do.
I think you were
That
too
fucking
close to the
slapped.
wall.
I wanted to throw one at the other, but I picked up the stupid stick instead, again. I'm upset.
Oh, that's
Sucks.
what's going on there. Do those things give different stuff depending on what color they are when you strike them?
Probably. I don't know.
I remember that being the case, but they might not.
I don't know why I even remembered that there was a grapple point there, because I didn't see it.
Red light, green light. I really
Red
hoped
light,
you would have
green
just
light.
followed off.
Wow. Jeff doesn't have faith in me.
Why would I?
So is that everything in this dungeon except the boss?
Pretty much. Reminder,
The top
haven't
is
found a
literally-
single Triforce piece yet.
The top is the quickest
Or
and easiest
the
part.
the other thing, the sword upgrade that I need. Just putting it out there.
Alright, calling it now. Kalidamos is gonna give you something great.
Alright.
Either that or you're looking at a Sphere 5 where you have to use the pictograph box that you just got to do something.
I mean, you best believe I'm gonna check what those Picto Box places are. It's gonna be super lame if, like, all of the stuff needed to beat the game is just kind of in random places in the ocean. Because I just went straight towards the bosses and everything.
I'd laugh. I really hope that treasure chart you got was just it's gonna give you another treasure chart, and then another, and then another, and then 5 rupees.
And then the Cabana Deed, which
I already
then
have
leads
the
to
Cabana
5
Deed.
rupees.
It could give me the delivery bag though. Ah yes, the Kalidamos boss music, as I remember it.
Sounds good.
I can't hear any of it. I have to stream.
I mean, you can see what song it is.
Wow, Dragon, are you even listening to this stream?
No, I'm not. I just.
Yes. Program.
Oh, does it say program? That's technically not even right.
Program, isn't that whenever your grandmother is a professional at being old?
Remember when Kalidamos was a difficult boss?
Remember whenever I was
No.
funny? Yeah,
You're
neither
right.
do I.
Wow! Hey, it's Makar!
Wow, what a good item.
I can't believe Kalidamos dropped Makar!
What is he doing here?
Alright, well now that you've got Makar, you can officially beat the Wind Temple.
Fine! I mean, I've already been to the Wind Temple, so...
Yeah, but it was Leaf Lock.
Hey, Makar, what are you doing here? I thought I left you at the window.
Let's go quickly.
Hang on, let me
What?
play you the Song of My People first.
That's not correct! Technically.
Wait. I know this is a different Makar,
I know.
but you can call him?
I had a pickup prompt for a second. Hold on.
Lift,
have
oh,
a
I
lift
saw
prompt.
it. I saw
I
it.
thought it was a put away.
Yeah, I saw the lift prompt.
It was
Lift.
there.
Oh, just barely.
Okay, in
It's like
case
a,
I
like a split
break
second.
something,
No.
because I don't think that's intended, I'm just gonna save real quick.
Play the Wind Gods already.
You better fucking.
Okay,
lift
can I
this
remember the
boy.
Wind Gods Aria? I can cheat by looking at the tracker, that's what I can do.
What's up?
We broke Makar.
You can conduct here, but it will not do anything.
Did I just walk into something going wrong?
Yes!
Well, I love that. Let me fill up the stream.
Yes!
Yeah!
Escape! Escape with him!
Escape with the boy.
He still does the flying thing, too.
Take the wooden sun with you.
Oh.
Now that you've called him, can you control him?
Yes?
Hold on, I can't watch. There's a smash app. Oh, what the fuck?
What is
Different Makar, right?
Wait, what is happening?
Exit the dungeon with
I
him.
thought it was a different Makar.
Oh yeah, just go into the game like Makar.
Can do.
Like,
Oh,
what did I even walk
Oh.
into? Why is he purple? Does that
There he goes.
There you go.
There he goes.
He's gone.
The boy is left.
The boy has left the building.
Swallows me out there.
Bye, Makar.
I hope someone clips that.
Oh, that was so.
God, that was fucking
Someone's
wild.
clipping that right
So
now.
what the hell did I just walk into?
Okay, Crazy. How well do you know Wind Waker?
A little bit.
Do you know about how I control Makar in the Earth Temple, and how I'm not supposed to control Makar after killing Kalidamos? Yeah, the randomizer doesn't care.
Oh, that's great. You can just do whatever you want with him.
Well, I mean, you're trapped in a boss room. You can't exactly do much.
You can do whatever you want in the boss room.
But you did make the boy phase through the side of the room.
T-posed out of the room.
he asserted his dominance as he exited the building.
Left.
6.
6, no, it was 6.
Needle Rock.
Needle Rock. Nice.
More like Big Ass Eye Island.
Yes, that's what it's called.
More like
Nothing.
Pixar Lamp Island.
You know, I wonder if I went into Makar's secret room, if Makar is even there.
He's not.
Does
I don't
Makar or
think-
Medley show up anywhere in, like, the overworld? In random.
Oh, how I wish.
Oh, how I wish.
If you wish to be a true swordsman, find some knight's crests and return to me! Orca.
Oh.
Oh, gee, thanks,
Did
Orca.
anyone hear that?
Oh, good.
Anyway, I guess we got 2 of them to go to. That's,
If you wish to find some
3
swords,
Irie?
give me cocaine.
No, that's 2 Irie. To be fair, I also already did that, so...
Wait, did you already get the boy, the treasure?
Huh?
Yeah.
Did you already get the boy?
No, I
He has multiple
already
treasures to
traded
get.
the thing for the thing.
Wow, that made a lot of
Thanks for the
sense.
thing.
It sure did.
I think the thing with Makar in the overworld is that you kind of need him to not be in the overworld for him to show up in the Wind Temple. But I guess that hasn't stopped the rando so far.
I just loved how first game guy called him, then we noticed the lift prompt. and
Because
then
I did the command melody specifically while he was still flying through the air. Because that was a state that he wouldn't be doing. Like, I don't know if you can, like, pick him up in the normal game.
I think you can pick him up in the Wind Temple.
Well, I know. I'm talking specifically after killing Kalidamos.
I don't know that you can. I think that's specifically a cutscene.
Well, no, there is a brief moment where you can, like, talk to him and grab the heart container and everything. You just can't call him. I'm pretty sure I would have noticed that. Nice.
Right, but I think that calling him is what made him capable of being lifted.
Possibly.
Here's $1.50 game guy.
Thanks!
Well,
You did
no
it.
problem. I did the thing.
Was this treasure
5.
chart worth it?
5 rupees.
I guess I have to know, what is the color scheme of Link right now?
Blame the chat.
He's a blueberry.
He's pink
Oh,
haired,
he's like
part
a-
of the Blue Man group with a red shirt and purple tights.
It's
Violet!
from...
You're
yes,
turning
exactly! Thank you, Jeff.
I knew you were going to go for that, so...
The awakening of a fetish in a lot of very strange people.
Why did you
But
have
it's
to
not
ruin Willy
normal.
Wonka for me?
Don't blame me for ruining Willow Wonka.
I love that author. You're not even
Don't
author.
blame
Fuck.
me for ruining Willy
Willy
Wonka.
Willy Wonka's The Chocolate Factory is my favorite book.
I love Willow Wonky.
Willy
Willow
Wonka.
Wonka.
Willy Wonka was... Willy Wonka
Welcome
was
back to Willy Wonk.
Welcome back to
Can we
Willow
not?
Wonka's. Welcome back to Willow Wonka's Chonky Fonky.
Chonky.
How do you even spell that? Because that's a good quote.
I'd imagine however you want.
Willow Wonka.
That sounds like. Isn't that, hey, Willow Wonka, isn't that the person that helped Lewis and Clark
Nice
find
bomb.
the Northwest Passage?
Why are you bombing those sides?
Ah! Well, I was gonna leaf across the water, but I guess not. Why am I
You
what
just
now?
had a great fall.
Wait,
He was spawning a treasure chest.
that's
Yeah.
a thing?
Yes.
Okay. Is there like
You're supposed to destroy the cannons on the bottom, but the bombs can destroy them from the top.
Okay, okay.
Oh, thanks.
That explains it. I'm just like, that's like a really dumb secret.
Oh,
I always
I
do it
would've
that way
laughed if
because
it's
it's like
not
10
too
times
often.
easier.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about being fired upon.
It's a dumb secret regardless, because I never actually destroyed any of the cannons when I was originally playing the game.
I mean, I guess the secret, quote unquote, is that anything spawns at all.
There's a bomb!
Ow! There's a bomb. Who put this bomb here? By the way, these were leaf locked. If that wasn't obvious.
you're a leaf.
Were they?
I mean, yeah. There's no ladder on this platform, so
Feels like you should have been able to hookshot them, but probably not.
I think that's a little bit too far, but could be wrong. Hey! I finally found a Triforce shard
Oh, I thought you were
in
talking
a random
about the joy...
ocean
I
chest.
thought you were talking about the joy pendant, and I was like, damn.
Link, get out of there before that platform blows up with you on it.
Whoa.
It sounded like an eldritch horror.
I appreciate
That's
that
what Link
blood-curdling
sounds like.
scream at 1:08 a.m.
Link
Haven't you ever
opens,
played Zelda? That's what he says!
Link opens his mouth and tentacles come out as he speaks the tongue of the elder gods.
Oh no.
No wonder that
You fucking
language
heard me.
faded into obscurity, Jeff. It's terrible. It deserves to die.
What does?
That language.
Oh,
The ancient language of tentacle mouth.
The
I call
ancient
that
show.
deep speech.
Deep speech.
How do you like the momentum on the Swift Swale game, guy?
Swift whale.
It's fine. Alright, treasure chart. Let's go! What is
Swiss,
it?
Swiss whale.
Swilly Swanka and the Chunky Bungus.
If you use the Swift Sail, does going
Okay.
into a headwind not matter much at all?
Well,
I can
time to
go kill
kill
Jawa
Jawa.
finally.
if you wanted to.
I mean,
This has Goose Chase potential.
it does. I
You
love
can
Goose
actually,
Chase.
You know,
I like how Link
progress.
is very slightly vibrating with the bow.
Oh, did you know that when Link picks up a rupee in Twilight Princess, there's actually a floating point rounding error that causes him to move slightly backwards very slowly, and that can be used to clip him through solid geometry.
Oh.
How slowly is this slow?
It takes several hours to go through a wall that's only a few pixels thick.
Wow, that's some great speedrunning techniques right there. Super
It's usable in
fast.
a low percent tool assisted speedrun, and that's it.
That just sounds like some A-Press bullshit.
Yeah, the freaking parallel universe is right there to a small
What the
scale.
fuck are you talking about?
You- parallel universes? Yes.
If you never watched that
The
video,
half-
Jeff,
A-Press,
Oh,
Jeff?
does
I
the Swiss
watched
sail
the
automatically
video,
change
like,
the
a long
wind's direction?
time ago.
Yes.
Okay,
It's from there.
It makes the Wind Waker meaningless except for warping.
Well, a few times where you have to change the wind outside of boat, but
ouch.
So you're saying I can't be standing on land, or standing on land, not Lind.
I don't know who lit it, but
Lind is gonna be pissed.
guess that's the mutation of the fire at will joke.
What did Will do to deserve that?
But standing on land, you're saying I can't just pull out the sail and be like, wind, go in this direction.
no.
Lane.
Well,
Why can't you just take the Wind Waker and point it in the direction you want it to go? Why do you have to play the jaunty jingle?
Wind in Rome, do as the Romans did.
Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Wow.
Listen, man, I'm just trying to feed my family.
Okay,
Why?
you're not doing a very good job.
Well, if you're trying to do it as a comedian, you have areas to improve upon.
Rude. Are all the deluxe Pictobox stuff on Windfall?
Yes.
Alright.
People can't eat jokes, Jeff. They can't eat slabs either, fool.
Ah, yes, stone slabs.
Well, they also can't eat joblessness.
Oh.
Sure they can.
You know, all you need to do is have a shovel and pick up some dirt.
Can you imagine how different the world would be if we were filter feeders?
Dude, if we were all filter feeders, either everyone would be insanely fat or insanely skinny.
Return the slab.
People would just walk around with their mouths open and wait. Like, man, I could sure
know.
go for a burger right now.
I feel like we'd have like some kind of like gill complex or something. To, like, instead of having
Oh.
like, you know, we'd have like webbing in between our arms and our bodies.
Well, the
That
reason
just,
why
like, filter feeds for us or something.
Well, the reason why most sea mammals have, like, large weights with blubber is for warmth, not necessarily...
Your son just picked
What
it
the
up
fuck
somewhere.
are you talking about?
We would have baleen, probably.
Talking about the whale?
I'm
Remind
talking
me-
about the material that whales have in
How do I
teeth.
do this quest where they meet up
Yes.
again? I don't remember.
You show him the photograph and then you talk to her and tell
Every
her that
time-
you'll show him the photograph.
Every time I think of whale teeth, for some reason, the only thing I can think of is a brick of ramen that hasn't been cooked. And now I'm thinking about photoshopping a whale to have ramen.
I know you can filter feed without baleen, but I feel like we would have baleen.
So I'm good.
Yeah, you're good. You can pass time if you want to.
Well, I kind of need
Heatmore
to.
is
so-
probably the most forgettable Pokemon for me.
Make sure you check if it's a full
I
moon.
know, right? Where's the moon? Where's the moon? Can't finish the rest of that quote. It's not allowed. I don't know where the moon is.
Half the moon is gone!
No, Jeff! Only a third of the moon, you doofus!
Well, sadly, it
Drake.
looks like he got it when it's waning.
Where is
or
the
that
moon?
waxing?
I don't know. Did you guys see in the background how the spotlight looked like it was shining down on the dancing guy?
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I still remember where Unalive decided to pass time, and it was hilarious.
Oh yeah, I passed time on the bridge.
Great.
Because I'm an idiot like that.
What bridge?
Oh,
We just missed the full moon, guys.
Yeah, so it's waning.
Heck.
The only other thing waning here is my patience.
Meanwhile, I forget the name of the store owner is just standing there like, why is this guy standing outside my shop for several days?
Every 12 hours, he just kind of waves a stick a bit, and then he just stands still again.
He's there when I leave at night, he's there when I come back in the morning.
I heard he takes pictures of people.
Also, why does he look like a character from Avatar had a child with a cotton candy machine?
Probably. Nope, not there yet.
I still like the idea of this person being part of the Blue Man Group with no bald cap on.
He was kicked
Outside.
out of the Blue Man Group for not being bald.
I wonder how those people's date is going.
Oh, it's been several days.
They appear at night or the day, I don't remember.
Day.
Today.
The day.
You're getting there.
You need to do
The
two
moon
more
is
nights.
almost there! Song
Wax
of
on.
Passing, the video game. The experience.
This is probably more exciting when you have other things to do that aren't stare at the moon.
Wow! The
Sean
full
is-
moon was patched out of the game.
In which the cycles of the moon are randomized.
I randomized the moon.
getting the one seed where the moon. Guys, getting the one seed where the full moon just does not happen.
I mean, I would hope the logic would be smart enough to not put anything important on this particular item. Well, since I'm on Windfall and it happens to be night, I think I know what I must do.
Also, another seed where it's nothing but full moons.
Okay. Time to destroy the auction.
Time to get revenge on Pompey. Wow!
Are you just gonna wait till like the last 15 seconds and just...
No.
No.
I want this art piece now, are you kidding me?
He has to make sure that nobody else can ever buy it.
And sold!
Good auction, guys.
Were you guys ready for that exciting auction? Okay, it's
He
over.
literally bet more money than is possible to contain in this universe.
It's still counting down! Is it gonna count down when you open the door?
Probably.
No.
This is the theme song that plays as I exit the building, by the way.
All it needs is for one of Link's eyes to be on fire, too.
The whole map has to be on fire.
Is this the pale round thing you're looking for?
Well, it is pale.
Thanks, guy. You really love the moon.
That's his entire heart that you have there.
Yes.
He
As
will
you
no
walk
longer
away,
be alive.
he'll
He just falls over dead.
That's how it works for bosses.
Well, usually you get their heart container after they die, not before.
Usually it falls out of
You
like
sure
their
they're not
eye
here
or
at night?
something. No, the date was like 7 days ago.
Oh,
You
right.
gotta
I
go
thought
to the
I was supposed to
square.
meet them here. Right. I missed their date. I was supposed to eavesdrop on their date. I can't believe. Instead, I decided to stand in one place for like a week. They're not together. Why are they not together? What has happened?
What? Hang on.
Excuse me, sir. I showed you a picture.
I showed you a picture of a very nice lady.
I believe I showed you a picture. I believe.
I guess maybe try waiting another day.
Let me go back to Zuneri's shop.
My designated waitings.
Hello there, guy. Hold on one sec.
Oh God, he's back!
And then there's this asshole.
Are you sure I don't see them at night?
I'm 100% sure you don't see them at night.
Freaking, I would love to get up the stairs. I can't even get up the stairs. It's impossible. There's this cutscene that I'm sure no one even knew existed in here. This guy's here.
Who are these people?
Just, you know, some guys.
I think these are all parents of, like, girls that were abducted to the Forsaken Fortress.
Are they?
So there was only like...
I mean, I could have talked to them to find out, but I didn't, so...
I thought there was only like Errol, Maggie, and Mila. I did not know there were others.
I just know there's, like, a giant cage full of, like, several people.
Ugh, this guy. Still
You
here.
got that delivery bag yet?
Wait, she's
I'm
invisible!
waiting.
She must have blown up.
Blown up!
Blown up!
Where did she go?
Are you guys here now?
I've been waiting for you guys.
I've been waiting for
all
this for
week.
like a week.
Great!
Great! Anyway, is that everything with the deluxe Picto box?
Yes.
Alright, cool. Well, get on your suspense spenders. We've got a treasure chart.
I think we got 2 treasure chests, don't we? Oh no, you already got the one at Cyclops Reef. Or 2 Eye Reef.
Well, wasn't there also the one at
No,
that
there's only
one Spike Island?
Oh, that's 4-Eye Reef. Wherever the heck that is.
Directly under Forsaken Fortress, I'm pretty sure.
I'm missing 5 treasure charts, kids.
Kaboom!
Actually, you're missing 7.
Hmm?
You are missing 7 treasure charts.
Sploosh.
There are 49 treasure charts.
Oh, I can't count. Anyway, moving on. Man, there's just no easy way to get there. But you know what? I never did figure out what the Tingle statue reward was, so I guess we can find that out. That was also something Forbidden Woods gave us.
Incoming treasure chart.
Heck! Yeah!
Yeah.
Now, is the guy just gonna be at the top of the tower, or is he down here somewhere? I don't.
He's at the top. He's one of the people who's pushing.
I don't remember if I actually killed this blue chew. I did not. That's one of the blue chews I was missing, kids.
Oh, the blue chews are a collect 'em all quest?
No.
No.
But there's only 15 in the world, and I'm missing one. I might know where it is.
And they don't respawn.
They don't, no. Tingle, I literally didn't want to talk to you. Tingle. Exactly what I just said. That was a camera shift. Alright, cool.
Here, have even more money.
Cool.
Wait, really?
Anyway, jumping off a tower now.
Legs officially shattered.
I'm still very tempted to go back to Forsaken Forest just to find where my blue rupee was. It won't get me anywhere,
Realized something
but
about Heart Gold So Silver today.
What?
Cool.
I sure am going the wrong way. I thought that island was Forsaken Fortress. It is not.
There's a Barony update?
It is Forsaken,
What?
but it's no fortress.
Oh, it was just an obligatory update.
How is that obligatory?
It was just obligatory. Wow, making me actually accidentally try to pull out my Picto box instead of jump. Rude.
Yeah, how dare this game do
Why
that?
is the camera bobbing? Like, what is happening?
You know,
It's because you're going so fast.
It's an effort by the game to make you seasick. So you're so
Apparently.
if the developer...
Clearly it's because you took out the Picto box.
I have a feeling that might have something to do with it.
If the developers of Barony ever, like, completely revamped the game with, like better graphics and, like, a good combat system, it might actually be the perfect dungeon crawler.
If
I mean,
they
I still have
revamped
fun with
Barony
it
and
nowadays.
changed everything about it, then it would be perfect.
Well,
I mean,
not
that's
everything, because I think it's already very fun. I like the, like, gameplay loop, and it's, like, I like the enemies and the areas and stuff, but, like, if they've, like, made the graphics better and, like, made combat, like, more like Dragon's Dogma, then it would be perfect.
The thing with that is the graphic
The
part
graph.
of the style.
The graph.
that
Yeah,
I
the
cut
graphics
out.
are a stylistic choice, so I
It's definitely a stylistic choice, so I can't imagine them doing a whole revamp.
Alright, what did True Love earn?
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's true.
Treasure.
You're right.
Damn it, this game is VR, but it looks so fun.
Oh no.
True Love gave you all-purpose base.
Who puts it in a treasure chest?
Remind me again where you got that deluxe Picto box.
Forest
Oh
Haven.
no, you got baited.
I got
guys.
baited!
Jebaited.
Get it from there?
Yes,
Or
he
you get it
did.
from a treasure chart.
I got that from a
got-
treasure chart from the Picto Box quest, where I got the boy and girl together.
Yeah. But I don't remember what chest you got the Picto box in to begin with.
It was
You got it from
something
Forsaken
in
Woods.
the Forest Haven wood place.
I think it was in, not the boomerang chest, but...
Alright, fine, I guess I won't kill the boat. You can just do
near
it.
there? Like, it was near the mini-boss where he got the boomerang.
Okay. Gonna go fight Jawa.
Sure.
There's also the entire Wind Temple.
Sure.
Let's not go there, they're stinky. Besides, we beat the Wind Temple already. Do you not remember Makar doing his magical?
I'm drowning, boat. I don't want to talk to you.
The ocean is yours.
Is that a thing the randomizer added, or does he just actually say that?
Pretty sure usually he just tells you where to go.
I know he's usually like story progression something or other. Saving bombs.
There needs to be.
Because you're just running so low on them.
I mean, to be fair, I am just under half. And now I'm here. Do you think I could make that?
I've tried this jump so many times. I'm pretty sure you cannot make that.
Are you sure?
You can go ahead and give it your best if you think so.
Well, I mean, if you were to make it, I'd assume you'd have to do it from the right side of the upper area. Because that seems to be lower.
Hold on a second.
Or yeah, you can just do it from here.
Maybe.
Oh, whoa, this game looks interesting.
This is the part of the stream where Jeff goes through Steam.
This is the part of the stream where I try to kill Jeff.
Don't do that!
This is the part of the stream where I die.
Wow, guys, I know where the keys are in the Tower of the Gods, the place where I have 2 chests left. One of which I can't get yet, because I don't have the boss key.
Can't wait for vanilla.
You know what, hold on, no. I don't care. I'm gonna go find my blue rupee. Jump through explosions. I want to know why I didn't get my blue rupee in the mail, video game. It was important to me. This is about as close as I'm gonna be to Forsaken Fortress ever again, so... Unless I really want to come back here with the warp at like the end of the game, which I don't even have to use.
Oh, does it warp you out here?
Well, there is a warp that leads you right into Forsaken Fortress, like in Ganon's castle, which is cool and all, but kinda useless.
It's useful if you have to leave for any reason.
Well, I mean, but who even bothers going to Ganon's castle without 100%? Unless they don't plan to 100%. How do I get up there again? I can never quite remember.
It's late, so I think I'm gonna hop off and sleep.
How dare you?
Alright.
Farewell.
I like how I just roll with this giant mallet, flailing about in random directions. It's like, whatever. Can y'all go away so I can not have this garbage camera angle? That would be nice. Frank? Oh. Pikmin is a fun... Just thought I'd let y'all know.
You're a Pikmin. Fucking roasted.
You sure did, Jeff.
Get fucking destroyed, kiddo.
You know what occurs to me? I can probably just go back up there anyway, because I hadn't noticed that... Doesn't this place in the game like, get destroyed? I forget at what point you, like, just can't continue, but there's a point where you just can't continue. Are you sure it doesn't get destroyed? Because I'm pretty sure I've tried coming back up here in the regular game before. There's just a certain point along this path where, like, the big wooden structure at the top where the whole thing where you meet Ganondorf is, like, fell down and is now blocking the path. Because you're not normally supposed to go back here. Which is why I'm just kind of curious what happens when you do. Well, I mean, it's letting me go back into this room.
And then the Helmarok King is back in there.
You're close. Is the water gonna rise still, or is that not a thing?
Whoa.
Oh, they just made a calm version of this room. But it still has this fancy camera angle. And there's still bokoblins here. I like how I got this music playing right now. This room is really tall when you can see all the way to the bottom. Turns out.
It looks like people are like starting to maybe understand what it's like to make a great dungeon crawler, but probably not.
Well, my blue rupee's still here.
Maybe one day.
There it is.
And there it shall be for all eternity.
Anyway. Ow. Yeah, because in the actual game, Valoo shows up and just burns this entire wooden structure down. Boy, I sure am here now. Mysterious. Alright, well, that mystery solved. What was I doing?
Other things that are leaf locked.
Sure. I'm gonna go punch Jahala.
Heck yeah.
Because I can.
Well, there's no reason not to. He deserves it.
Wasn't the Wind Temple vanilla? I don't remember.
Yes. But why would you do the Wind Temple when you can do the Birdman challenge?
What the fuck?
Come on, Medley. I abandoned you 4 times prior. It's time to make it a 5th.
This time for real.
But this time for real. Now it's real abandonment. As in, never coming back.
As in, you're not even gonna be corporeal anymore.
As in, really, I don't even need to bring you with me, if I want to be honest.
Hey, Medley, I'm going to
Actually,
go
yeah,
get
no,
ice
I don't even need to bring you with me, Medley. Get the heck out of here.
You're gonna bring her all the way back to the start of the day.
Hey, Med.
I'm just gonna
Wow,
leave her in
it's
the
taking a
slide
really
right
long time to get ice cream. Just like my dad.
I forgot I accessed the pot.
That's right, you have a leaf that serves the same function as a bird now.
It's true. I am not tied to wings when I have photosynthesis. Anyway, this is gonna be fun without the hurricane spin. I don't remember the last time I fought Jahala without the hurricane spin. Ah yes, my favorite theme from this boss fight.
I wonder how long it would take to learn how to code in Python.
Not very long.
I mean,
Japan.
please do. I could sure use some help with that.
Because I've been... You know how I had that idea for a really cool fishing game a while back?
Yes.
I really want to, like, try to make it, but I need to...
Python?
I mean, is it possible?
Why Python?
I don't know, because I hear people talk about Python a lot.
Clearly you should learn how to code in Java just so that you can crimp Notch's style.
Why? I don't... Java... I hear Java is actual hell to code in, because...
It's actual hell to code in and to run anything in. It's really just a bad time for all involved.
Can I do squats with Jahala? Probably, but he's also on a time limit, so...
Okay, but you can do squats with Jahala. So, I don't know, I think maybe your priorities need to be straightened out a little bit.
Alright, but okay, what do you recommend as a good language to learn for coding a video game?
Fuck, I don't know. Probably not Python.
What is Python generally used for?
Small things.
Do what?
Just small things.
Alright, that was worth it.
It was. Oh no, I'm possessed by the spirit of reverse controls.
I didn't even know Jahala had attacks.
He kinda does. Apparently.
If he's weak to light beam, why can't you just shoot him with the light arrows?
To be fair, never thought to try. I was gonna say, please don't leave me with 1 half health Poe. I will be sad. But to be fair, someone really needs to learn Python so they can help me make the boss command finally.
C#.
I mean, alternatively... That's incorrect! Alternatively, I could learn Python, but what's the fun in that?
That's not only incorrect, that's also really annoying.
Would there be a good wait? Would there be a good game engine like I could use?
Unity?
Would that work well for my game? I mean, I guess Unity kind of does anything, doesn't it?
Alright, well, bye, Medley. You're not even here.
Guess it's time for my yearly
What a
rewatch
nerd.
of that guy trying to code Super Mario 64 in Unity. That's a fun series of videos.
What language does Unity use? Because I'm interested in learning how to code, because I really would like to give it a go making my game. But I'd also have to learn how to make 3D models of things and a lot of other stuff that I'm not very good
I
at.
mean, do you want it in 3D?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's what you
Guess
can
some
do.
people want 3D
Make it
model.
an RPG maker and pretend that it's in 3D and good.
If I did that, I would cry myself to sleep every night.
Do it. It's the dream! Listen to the Pokemon X and Y bicycle theme. It fills you with the inspiration necessary.
You were gonna say determination, weren't
No,
you?
I wasn't, actually.
Well, now you are. I decree
Well, I mean, you can think that if you want, I guess. I can't stop you.
What's going on?
Determination, apparently.
He said it! He said it!
Does C# work well with,
I mean, I said it now.
like 3D game programming, or do you know?
Hey, Makar. What happened earlier? You okay? Anyway. Sorry I was gone for, like, several weeks.
Put me down, mortal.
In an alternate universe, you T-posed out of existence.
T-pose out of the room again.
It wasn't
There
really
was
an
a-
alternate universe. It was just a few days ago.
It was a time.
Well, it wasn't the same Makar though, because they're on different timelines.
It's a paradox, Makar.
This Makar has been here ever since you abandoned him in the Wind Temple.
He's been waiting.
Now I get to try to remember how to do the Wind Temple.
What is what? Oh, what coding language?
Remind me where the Tingle statue is, because I have no clue.
The compass will remind you.
Do I have the compass?
I don't know.
Run away, Makar! You're the only one I like! Not the stupid bird.
C# apparently Unity uses.
I remember I had a friend who just could not play this game past this point because he could not stand the noise Makar makes when he walks.
But it's such a good noise.
I know. I 100% agree. How do I get up there? Probably with the hook shot that I shouldn't have. Is there even anything up here to get? Boy, a joy pendant! And money? I could use some money after wasting a bunch in the auction. This room sure exists. Actually, here's a question. Does the game do the thing where Makar gets kidnapped, or does it skip that?
I don't know. I've never actually had a seed where I had to go into the Wind Temple.
I think the Tingle chest is here. Because according to the tracker, it's like literally the next chest I should be getting, so. And yes, I have the compass. Wow, guys! I learned the hurricane spin from opening a treasure chest!
Wow, that
Remember,
would've
it
been
consumes
useful.
magic power. Sure is a good thing I went to fight Jahala first.
Yeah. I like that you can learn the hurricane spin before having a sword.
Can you even use it? I doubt,
No.
but...
You can't use it, but it also really disappointed me because I had a seed that was very swordless for a very long time, and I picked up what looked like a sword, but it was actually the hurricane spin.
Yeah, to be fair, when I first saw the sword, I thought I found the sword upgrade I was looking for. Nope.
Hey!
Hey! What was this A for?
For the button prompt that you used to
Oh.
plant the seed.
Alright, is Makar gonna get kidnapped? Yes or no? No. Alright, well, that saves me some time. I'm not sure what to do with this, though. Like, is it better to go up or continue? Dead!
Dad?
Dead!
Dead!
The hook shot?
Good.
What are you talking about? I don't have no stinking hook shot.
Yeah.
He says, pulling out the hook shot.
What's a hook shot? Yes, stand in front of the wall.
This is a hook shot. I was just calling it a grapple thingy.
No, that's the grappling hook, crazy. Come on.
Oh. No, that's just the other grapple thingy. I have two of them.
You call them both a grapple thingy, that'll get confusing.
Fine, don't want to die to a normal arrow? I'll use light arrows. I don't even care.
That skeleton could not be any more dead.
This is a thing I'm doing now. It seemed like the thing to do. Anyway. Hey, Makar, you want to go, plant some trees? Can I ice arrow them? Well, I didn't. So... using the light arrows was funnier. Excuse me, I wanted to plant a tree, not fly. Wow!
I'll be right back.
Sugar Frosted, gifting subs again. Neat.
Oh boy.
Now Black Hole Eyes can be on the sub club.
Ah, frick. Wow, that's a lot of HP in the bid HP thing.
Oh, is it messed up again? I'm not even looking at it, so...
Yeah.
That's another reason I need to get the boss command fixed, because it's probably just going to flat out replace the bit boss, so... It more or less covers all bases. Or at least I plan for it to.
Right. Oh, what buggy is this?
Well, I guess I'm not bringing Makar, because hitting A didn't open the door.
I mean, yes,
Or it
Makai,
didn't-
it is still 440 HP, but it's 440 HP point, like
Why did that
very,
skull
very small
respawn?
decimal when it doesn't need to be there.
Why did that skull respawn? That's weird. Just the one. Well, thus far I'm inclined to believe it was better for me to go this way than the other way.
Looks like it.
Where's the room I get kidnapped? It's this one, right? Well, this would be the one where Makar gets kidnapped, and then I head into here, which is where I am, just on floor 1. Like, I'm trying to get a grasp of where the normal progression was, or should be.
Yeah.
There's an iron boot switch down there. I'm trying to see if I can reach anything important from here. I don't think I can make it to that chest without the wind below.
I don't see why you wouldn't be able to.
How? You sure I can make that jump? Oops.
It might be a very tight jump.
I guess I can. It sure is the Earth Temple compass. I will need that.
For when you eventually go all the way back again for no reason.
Yeah. I told Medley I wasn't coming back. It was a lie. No, it wasn't. Chest behind stone head. What does that mean?
One of the hookshotable heads, you can actually pull it off the wall for a chest.
Is it that one? I mean, because I have no idea. This is probably a chest I just never got, ever.
I will admit I know just about as much about the Wind Temple as you do right now.
I don't know why I went for the arrows when I legitimately need magic.
Maybe it's the big one they used to break Makar out of prison. Is that a thing?
You know, actually, I think you're right. That there is a chest there. Secret cave chart!
How useful.
Unalive, I have something to show you.
What?
It's in the IDM'd it to you.
Oh.
It's super cool.
Can I not hookshot these statues? Or is there no target on their forehead?
Does not look like there is a target on their forehead.
It's weird, because, like, I don't think you can get up there without having the hook shot, or... Well, you'd already... Because I think this room leads to that one big wind maze that loops around to get to that room. I think. I sure don't have my car with me.
That's fine. Who needs them?
Me.
Okay.
Makar is my friend. Look at that guy off to the side.
Who needs friends when you have the elegy of emptiness?
Me. Hurry, Makar. Save me from the evil monsters.
He's wiggling as fast as he can.
Not fast enough, I'm afraid.
The Cars walk cycle gives me life.
I took the gate command out, like, ages ago. Probably. You dropped my wooden friend! He's my friend, not yours. That counted as a hit. Hitboxes on Floor Masters are so not good.
Yep. One might even call them bad.
My favorite thing is getting crushed by that. A thing that can happen for some reason. Oh, well, that's convenient. I needed that. Okay. The next chest in the tracker is apparently the big key chest. I almost clicked that. I don't know what chest this is on the tracker, though. What chest is this, even? Help? Is this chest in left alcove, which I mistook for the chest I opened in the hub? Maybe? I don't know, I'm just gonna click something, it doesn't really matter. Okay, I think my car can just fly over that. I don't care, mysterious monolith. Makar's just down here staring at this thing.
What is this mysterious device?
What the fuck is this shit?
Orb.
Mortal, explain to me the purpose of this orb.
Prolonged exposure to the orb of confusion has been known to cause, well, confusion.
What the fuck is that from again?
SpongeBob.
Okay, yes.
Oh no, the P-Hat is chasing me.
God, it sounds... That line sounds so much like a fucking shitty anime dub line. Makar is about to perish.
It's fine. Makar's playing a song from Overclock Remix right now. Wait, what's gone? Oh, yeah, subdig is gone because I just kind of combined it with the dig command. Oh, good.
Speaking of dig...
This is a dangerous room for a small wooden boy.
Nope.
Better kill all of them.
Oh, I see I no longer am a mod. Nope. That's fine.
I mean, do you want to be a mod?
I mean, I don't really need to be unless I'm here, and I'm usually only here for LPIA, so...
I mean, the question is more, do you want to do mod stuff?
I mean... most of what I did with my mod ability was add quotes and occasionally time people out. So, I mean, I don't mind doing it, and like, I kind of like to keep an eye on the chat every now and then, but usually people beat me to it whenever there's stuff that needs to be done, so it's not really important that I have a mod ship.
It just occurred to me, I don't know if I've ever brought Makar into this room. You don't have to, ever. I'm pretty sure.
Throw him into the plume of wind.
Okay, Jeff told me to do it, remember this.
Knees of wind.
He's gone. Also, oh no. Also, Black Hole Eyes, I mean, yeah, it's a randomizer. Why don't I trivialize things?
Elbows of the child star. Eyebrows of everything.
Makar's going on his own adventure. His own adventure isn't very exciting, all things considered, because he's just kind of walking to the door.
The war dance is weakening the beast. Slam out the Swinburne! I can't fucking speak that high.
Can't you just like press all the switches in the car?
Are there switches?
I think. Are there not?
I don't remember there being switches. I mean, I was just gonna get him to the door and do the room.
Thought there were
there is
switches
there
to,
is
like,
a
open the
switch, but
gates.
it's like at the beginning, and I'm not going back.
You're not gonna waddle him all the way back to the beginning of the entire room?
No.
What are you even playing for?
I like how there's the Super Mario World flippy panels on these.
Yeah. Wow.
So cool of Nintendo to bring that back to Zelda.
God
Nice
aim freaking Wizrobe over here.
You're moving very slowly.
He was pretty far away. Is my argument.
You're moving very slowly.
Yeah, well, you know what isn't moving very slowly?
What?
Arrows of pure light.
You got me there. Slay him now, the Swinburne.
Anyway. Let's see him bother me now.
Now that he's
vaporized.
Now that he has perished.
He has been reduced to his constituent particles.
I like how I just didn't even acknowledge the Triforce piece I got earlier. Just got it. Moving on now.
The light arrow just rips him apart at the molecular level.
Like, it doesn't really mean a whole lot, because I'm still missing a sword upgrade and one more piece, so... Which can be literally anywhere.
Where is literally anywhere?
Yes. Deku Leaf is such a good item, by the way.
Deku Leaf is fun to use.
I'm kind of glad the Breath of Wild brought it back, kind of.
Yeah. I think Breath of the Wild... You know, it would be more fun to use if it had a little bit more freedom in, like, its use. Like, if it was, like, felt more satisfying to glide with. I mean, it feels pretty satisfying already. But like,
Say,
there's something
what's wrong
about
with
it.
the paraglider?
I mean, it's just a little bit off. Like, it's hard. I can't really explain it, but it just feels a little bit off. Like it's almost there. Throw him down.
You alright, Makar?
Make him perish. Make him perish.
He'll be fine. I'm not bringing him into this terrible room.
Ugh.
Ah, the room with the jiggly spikes, my favorite.
Jiggle spike.
I know I can do this. Okay, well, not like that. Gee, guys, just because I pause the game doesn't mean you guys have to just stop existing.
I was waiting in anticipation.
I'm sorry, I'm actually contractually obligated to pause my existence whenever you pause your video game.
Oh? Weird.
Yeah.
So do you guys like this room?
I hate it. It's my least favorite room in the entire game.
Why are these spikes even here?
Because if you touch them, they hurt you.
But they... Why do they have to
They're
undulate?
Very fast.
Because,
Why do they have to undulate?
Because, Jeff, they hurt you if you touch them.
Alright, which ability should I use?
That one.
What are you doing, Dragon?
I am inflicting pain upon it.
Why would you willingly do that?
Using Master Quest. What are you playing?
Kirby Star Allies.
Do you guys want to watch some Arakawa Under the Bridge later?
It is very late for me, Jeff. I have work tomorrow, so...
I also have work tomorrow. I have to be at work at 6 a.m. And it is currently 1:14. I'm going to get like 4 hours of sleep if I go to bed now.
For the sake of your own health, Jeff, I should say you probably should maybe get sleep.
It's fine. I got 4 hours of sleep last night. Together it'll make 8.
That's not correct. Well, I mean, that is correct. 4 and 4 do make 8. But...
Well, that was worth. At least I didn't bother killing all the enemies and I only had to drop down like twice.
I'm trying to decide whether... I'm trying to decide whether I should just try to stay awake at this point and then sleep whenever I get home from work. Although I don't really want to fuck up my sleep schedule. Plus, once I get home, I probably won't be able to sleep anyways.
Here's some literal pseudoscience for you, Jeff.
What's that?
Humans, on average, have a 90-minute sleep cycle. So if you sleep for any less than 90 minutes, like a multiple of 90 minutes, you're wasting time.
Okay, so if I get an hour and a half of sleep, then I'm good to go.
You'll still feel like shit. But you'll feel like less shit than you would if you only slept for like an hour.
So I either sleep 3 hours, so tonight I'll either sleep 3 hours or an hour and a half.
There's a chest, like, here, apparently, but where?
I thought it was Makar plants the trees.
No, that turned on the fan. Oh, you know what? I know what it is. The map is weird. It's like something on the way back up. Your fan is spinning the wrong way. Got him.
You sure did.
Oh no, it's the Wizrobe boss fight.
Wizrobes, those are dangerous.
So dangerous. Wrong arrow.
Not quite.
Boy, I
Just
sure am able to lock on to all
just-
of the correct things.
Yes, feel the
Fucking-
pain of not being able to lock on to things you want to do.
Fucking annihilate a bat with a light arrow.
This is the Wizrobe cave that I was
Did
talking
it.
about.
Actually, I don't think I want to do Spider yet. A different ability.
Do
Yo-Yo. Is Yo-Yo in that game?
Yes, it is.
Do long boy.
Yes, but not at this difficulty.
I like how the boss music just stopped. Now it's just the regular music for enemies.
Because the mini boss just died instantly.
Anyway.
There's nothing left of him.
He just got utterly annihilated.
Wow, the hook shot!
That looks like a hook shot to me.
Oh, right, the door's locked. Should probably use my hook shot.
I was about to say, wow, not even gonna get the fucking orbs.
I'm not gonna get the one up top. But
Well, no, that one's worthless anyways. Fuck it.
I mostly did it because I want more magic to use light arrows.
To destroy everything else instantly.
Yeah, pretty much.
Link drops his arrow, and it
Yeah, you see this pea hat here?
his toe.
No, you
killing
don't.
Ah, you're right. I do not see it.
Not after he got utterly destroyed. Got sucked into another dimension.
This was the chest. Wah!
Nice one.
That's just great.
Hi, my name is Gerald. I like to play RPGs, which, as we all know, RPG stands for Really, Patricia? Great.
What? I need to go to south. I need to go to south. Preferably before I run out of magic. I mean, I have soup. It's not like I'm terribly concerned, but I need to save it for that really important moment in the future. You know the one I'm talking about.
Ah, yes, that one.
I actually don't.
Neither do I.
The one. I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about.
Here's a pretty good moment. It's called you shoot Mulgara in the eyeball with a light arrow and then
It dies instantly. It fucking disintegrate everything.
I don't even know if that works on any of the bosses.
Double kill.
Ah!
Get fucked.
I almost got him. I almost got him. I almost got him. Oh no! Heck.
Nice job. 5 rupees. Damn it, it's a piece of heart.
Curses.
You're gonna have a full life bar by the end of this.
My ankles. Where even is Makar? I kind of need him.
He is ascended.
Makar, are you in here? Oh. Why are you all the way over here, Makar? It's like I've been ignoring you for most of the dungeon.
Yeah, how weird.
He's like, I was told to sit quietly in the corner. I like how Makar like wobbles, like hobbles his way around.
I mean, he doesn't really have legs, he just has feet.
It's not like he can really move the joints in his legs or anything.
So he's sitting there fucking, like, rocking back and forth on his ankles.
What? I can't believe skeletons are immune to light. What kind of world are we living in?
A bad one. I have an audience.
Do you?
They're watching. Now they're participating. And now they're dead.
Well, most of them are dead. To be fair, not all of them are dead.
That's true. You have a pair of quality leg warmers now.
Yeah. Leg warmers that also, like, eviscerate you.
Battle 3 that I died on.
This is a dumb room, by the way.
Yeah. I feel like every room in the Wind Temple is a dumb room.
Magic! Fuck that pot specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I tried.
Did you try?
I did.
There was an effort.
Well, I saw that coming. Goodbye.
Local man gets annihilated.
Please? What are the new dig commands? Well, wouldn't you like to know?
Yes, that's what you asked.
Oh, you're right.
Speaking of dig,
We weren't.
Speaking of dog.
wait, you can only do it once per stream now?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It got buffed though.
It got buffed.
Yeah, I did notice that. It still makes me sad
I'm
though.
surprised that didn't hurt me. I know there's another guy. You can't tell me there's not.
There's not.
Except you can't tell him that.
Regardless, I have.
Please, will you succumb?
But it refused.
Will you please go?
Oh, there he is. I love rolling the pots.
You'd think the rupees would fall out. Like you just kind of
Rubies
poke
are
them.
they're not inside the pots, they're baked into the pots.
Oh, yes.
You have to break the pots to free them of their prison.
To free the ceramic glaze. He took the time to put it upright.
Well, yeah.
It's a sturdy orb.
Didn't you criticize Unalive for throwing bots?
You can't shield drop in
Yeah, you
this game.
can't shield drop.
Oh,
in
you're
this
right.
game,
That's
so-
true.
What if I could, but can't?
Throwing pots.
What a screw. Well, those guys are probably having fun.
They've been eviscerated.
The Armos guys just don't care.
Well, we just committed several murders, but that's fun.
You're oh. All right, well.
Uh-oh.
Well, I had nothing to do with that.
There was an attempt.
He tried super hard to get me. A little too hard. Alright, well.
Obligatory Linkin Park reference.
Boy, I sure did exactly what I wanted to do. Did the other one... Yes.
Nice.
Again, nothing to do with it. You would never know Armos take fall damage because they're not supposed to fall.
Nonetheless, they did anyways.
It's true.
Babies know you fear them. They don't care. Because you are weak. Babies do not respect you. You do not eat floor sweepings. You do not put dead bugs in your mouth. I award babies 3 stars for might. However, 2 stars must be deducted for cruelty.
Where's Makar? Oh,
Dude,
he's-
where's Makar?
He's. I couldn't find him. I couldn't find Small Wood Boy.
Small wood boy. Dude, where's my car? Good. Is that the fastest you've ever made an amazing joke before?
Yes. This puzzle takes a while, but I like it.
Okay.
I just figured you'd want to know.
Thank you for the sacrifice. Thank you for the sacrifice.
At Game Guy 880.
Oof.
Damn it.
Oh, sorry, I mean, oof!
Mario 64. Oof! Oof!
Oof!
How do you?
How do you?
How do you?
How do
God. So
How do
hard.
I make such a perfect oof?
No. How do you misclick so hard that you accidentally at someone?
I think you can, like, click someone to message them or whatever.
Can I give us my best Link grunting impression? I haven't heard Link grunt in a long time, so probably not.
Give us your best Link meowing impression.
Hi, it's me, Link, and I'm meowing. Meow.
Wow.
Hey, it's me, Link from
100%
Zelda.
Flawless.
Hey, it's me, Zelda, the green guy.
Hey, it's me, Zelda from The Legend of.
From the legend. That's right, I'm back.
I mean, I have 2 helpings of grandma's soup and 3 fairies, but just in case I die to Mulgara with 17 hearts and what I just said, let's open up this portal. Just in case. Because you never know.
Light arrows.
What happens
Annihilate.
later? I want to know.
Light arrows.
Does he take damage from arrows at all?
I don't fucking know. Let's find out, though. I want him to be absolutely annihilated.
Alright, well, bye, Makar. See you never.
Buy him a car. No thanks, I already have a truck.
Well, I'm pretty sure I would have confirmed that Boomerang doesn't do anything in this fight, so I'm not even gonna try.
Better safe than sorry. So you gotta be safe, but then you gotta fuck it up so you can be sorry. Slay this fella.
It seems to do damage.
Shoot the light arrows. Yes. Kill. Annihilate.
Although I think that was just
Can
enough
you
to
just-
move it to the next phase, quote unquote.
That's not true, Dirk. They heal Goma. For some reason.
Why?
They don't even kill those things. How lame do you have to be to not die to light arrows?
Yeah, what nerds? Don't even die when you shoot them with arrows made of light.
Unalive.
Yes.
Did I ever show you Willy Wonka in the Toilet of Doom?
No. And
It's,
no
oh.
thanks.
It's a horrible YouTube poop. It has some funny moments, actually. Well, I haven't watched it in several years, so maybe it doesn't anymore. But it did whenever I
Oh, I
was
missed.
younger.
I knew about that thing.
Gross.
You can pull its tongue while it's flying around.
Gross. Shoot, he. Excuse me. I want more light arrows.
Okay, sure.
Oh.
That seems like it's working as intended.
That's in the normal game too. Guys!
What?
Wow! That justifies.
That
going
justifies killing an innocent worm monster.
Innocent.
Also, 100% vanilla.
What if he talked about
Technically.
What if he knows Britney Spears? Then he's not that innocent.
I don't think there was a single useful thing that came out of Forbidden Fortress.
I did get a treasure chart, and I think I got a Triforce thingy here.
Well, no, I mean, like in Forbidden Forest, compared to here, you got a load of progression.
It's true. And by a load, we mean, like, I just got 2 things I needed to win the game.
You also got a Triforce chart. Or, well, not a Triforce chart, but a chart.
Maybe this chart will lead to a Triforce chart.
Please don't say that.
To be fair, I am missing a Triforce chart.
He boots too big for he goddamn feet.
Triangle.
Excuse me?
Triangle.
Triangle.
Ah, the scalene triangle.
No, it's more like an equilateral triangle.
You're right.
Well, yeah, I am gonna check what that treasure chart is. And then I guess I'm gonna go finish Tower of the Gods. Because I got that while I was in there, too.
That's true.
The leaf is not a sail.
But it could be.
It could be, but it's not.
Because the game devs are cowards. They do not want you sailing with a leaf.
Why?
Because they're cowards, I already told you.
Just so we're clear, by the way, there are 32 locations remaining.
You're a location.
I'm assuming all of those are accessible to you, save for the ones you don't
I
have to
actually
charge
only
for.
have 16 left that are accessible to me right now. This is one of them, but... Delivery bag, I'm assuming, locks the rest of it.
Probably. Which means you're going to be getting delivery bag next.
Oh, probably. Alright, where's the Tower of the Gods? Was that an Earth Temple? I believe that was Earth Temple.
I think it's the only temple we haven't been to.
Well, it's the only one I haven't finished.
Tonight.
And I can now finish, so...
I think we've been to every other temple tonight.
Well, yeah, I kind of completed all of the dungeons now.
I'm hungry.
I hungry.
Hi, Dad.
What essential item is left? A Triforce shard.
Pretty much.
Oh, excuse me, Triumph fork.
I love Triumph forks. Also, hold up. I just remembered something.
What
I didn't
would-
actually get the heart piece on top of this mountain.
What would the real Jeff do
Since
about
I have no
what?
use for hoi pears anymore, I might as well.
Become a bird. I always thought Hoi pears were like neat, but there like wasn't enough use for them.
I used a decent amount.
Well, I mean,
Should
I
have
think
been
it would
able to
be-
use them in the Earth Temple.
you should be able to like have little obstacle courses to fly with them. Honestly, just make island flyover and put with the Hoi pears, and then I'll be happy. I wish you could play Island Flyover infinitely.
Now, I can't attest that this is actually true, but when I was playing earlier, I tried turning the camera with the C-stick using the seagull, and that seemed like it actually turned the seagull. So there might actually be a way to have fine control on the seagulls in the game.
Black Hole Eyes, I cleaned out the auction like ages ago. So, no, it's not in the auction.
Which, like, if that's the case, and they did add fine seagull control to the game that nobody would ever figure out, that just attests to the fact that they really cared about this Huey pair mechanic.
Oop. Hey guys, I have a sale. Just thought I'd let you know.
Yo guys, check out this bit of cloth I have.
Yeah, no, I went to the auction and
make
just,
a really nice dress.
I just dumped 999 rupees into the auction to get the heart piece, cause whatever.
Cause I'm and you're a rich girl, man, you gone too far, cause you know it don't matter anyway. Did you already solve this dungeon?
I mean, there's one chest I can get besides the boss, but it's because I didn't have the leaf the first time I was here.
You're a leaf.
I mean, I also have to get the statue back to the center.
Leave me alone.
Yeah. I agree.
I do that.
I missed a key? What key did I miss?
No such key. I mean, you didn't have the big key until recently.
I mean, yeah, but I couldn't even get to the boss door until I had the leaf anyway, so... It was kind of irrelevant whether I had the boss key or not the first time I was here. Well, I mean, if you're just gonna appear right next to me, then I guess you can die. Nice!
Local wizard eager to die.
Local wizard finds out he's hairy.
Nope. 3 is not enough.
Well,
I thought I
3
needed 4, but I
is-
couldn't remember.
3 is enough, but the pot doesn't actually do anything.
Oh, I thought the pot did something. I feel lied to.
Speaking of pot doing things, at the gas station where I used to work, they have like CBD hemp like gummies and stuff now. And I'm
Why?
like, how the fuck did we get this shit?
Ah, hemp fiber rope, my favorite.
Yes.
Shoot your triangle laser, friends!
I like the faces these statues make. It looks like they're in extreme pain.
They probably are, let's be real.
Being a statue is suffering, after all.
I mean, yeah, kinda. I don't know where a Wizrobe was. Wizrobes are dumb. They're dumb, stupid wizard faces. I would like very much to actually move. Just just annihilated that thing. 'Cause I have light arrows on still.
That's fine.
You know, I wanted to bring this up earlier when you guys were actually talking about Twilight Princess, but I forgot until just now, weirdly. I think my favorite memory from Twilight Princess is when I had Paul play it, and he got to, what's the name of that dungeon? The one that's in the Twilight Zone place. Palace of Twilight, probably.
Yeah. The hands.
Like, he got there. I didn't tell him about the hands.
Good.
He got mad at me for not warning him. And I'm like, Paul, if you're playing this game without me, you would have had no warning for the hands anyway. I wanted you to get the authentic experience.
Hands in a Zelda game.
Hands-on
never
experience.
happened. Hands-on experience. Die.
I mean, he did it. He got through the dungeon eventually. I know there's a bird. Get out of here, bird. Cease to exist, bird.
Huh.
Huh.
When in the
That
world
bird
did...
cease to exist.
I guess Missouri recently legalized CBD oil, which is why it appeared in the gas station where I used to work recently, I guess. But interesting.
Rude.
Doesn't really affect me,
Very.
but it's interesting that a hard-ass state like Missouri allows that to happen.
Fairy, I need you for no reason other than I want you.
CBD is one of the ingredients of marijuana.
It stands for cannabis be dope.
Cannabis sure is pretty dope.
You can use light arrows on the...
Yes. It doesn't do any extra damage at all.
I don't know that it did any damage at all.
Yeah, actually, why is this guy still...
Hanging out. Light arrows.
I think the light arrows actually genuinely are healing the other bosses too.
Maybe. Waste all of my arrows.
The sequence for the Goron trading quest, I just did it and I can't tell you.
Now what? I don't care if I'm getting electrocuted. I just want to shoot an arrow at his eye.
Local man gets zappies.
Sure, I'm just kind of spamming arrows because I. Why did that not do anything to you? Why is this other eye back? What is happening?
Oh yeah, sometimes the ice can just decide that they're not dead anymore.
How inconvenient.
You know, you could just not miss.
Could. But what's the fun in that?
Alright, what's up his nose, guys? The path is open!
I'm calling it now. Green chew jelly.
Huh?
A joy pendant.
I hope. Go forward with caution. Is that a warning?
Oh, Godan. I fucking...
Alright, well,
read
you
that as
probably
go.
shouldn't have that in your nose. Anyway.
Is that a bomb bag?
Yes.
Good.
Well, there is nothing
Ironic.
in dungeons anymore.
Ironic. He could save others from death, but not himself.
Actually, wait, did I get a treasure chart in there? I don't remember. I don't
No.
think I did.
You got 50 rupees and a bomb bag.
Cool.
Time for Birdman. And anything else that you still have left to do that's...
I mean, yeah, it's literally just a bunch of sailing around at this point.
There's a lot on Horseshoe Island, I'm pretty sure.
Rockspire has 2 things I can do now, and Horseshoe has 2 things I can do.
Oh god, that
Everything, like every other location I can go to has 1. Naturally, I should start with the worst locations first.
That sounds like a bad idea, so let's do it.
I am going to bed.
Goodbye, Jeff. Boomerangs are not
Farewell.
sails.
You are
But they could.
correct. Good night.
Good night.
Good.
Anything can be a sail if you try hard enough.
Welcome to Bird.
There it is. It's a bird.
Welcome to Bird.
I just realized worst case scenario, and this is absolute worst case scenario. The final Triforce shard is behind Goron Trading, which is behind Delivery Bag, and then Delivery Bag being behind Forest Water. That is an actual possible
I didn't
worst
change
case
the wind
scenario.
at all. I just kind of
No, you
jumped.
did not.
I was wondering why I wasn't going very fast. What was that? That was so terrible. Wow. It's like I don't have wings like you do. You dumb. Here's my question. If you hacked Medley into this part, how far can she go?
Until she runs out of stamina.
I know.
Which might actually be less of a distance than you can go with the leaf.
No, come back. Updraft, I needed you, actually.
Oh, shit.
Here's a question, guy. How did you make all of the seagulls stop in time?
I think that's enough of this for now. Holy.
Don't worry, you can only fail 340 more times.
I'm worried. This updraft is not being my friend. The problem is I can't really time it with the updraft, so I just kind of... I don't really have a strategy for this.
I think the strategy is just aim for the updraft.
Well, the problem is I don't want to move too much because you don't really have a lot of leeway with this. Like, you need to spend most of your time going as straight as possible. Like, even that might have been too much. Can't I just eat Grandma's soup in midair? Just eat the bottle. I can do it in Breath of the Wild.
Oh, shit. I should go.
Oh, well, I mean, that's nice. I'm glad I got both of those upgrades now. Back to back, pretty much.
Yeah, perfect timing, right?
Yeah, this is really good. Alright, well, that was fun. I should play it again just to refill my magic, actually. And by play it again, I mean... don't. What? Why is this ladder just impossible to get off of? I'm upset.
The ladder has become fake.
Did I win? Why don't you know which way you're supposed to fly? I didn't know there was text for doing that, actually.
You got negative distance.
Alright, let's take a quick look at what's left. I have a lookout platform there. There's something at Cliff Plateau. Six-Eye Reef, Cyclops Reef. There's the Great Fish Island chest. There's Three-Eye Reef. Five-Eye Reef. Basically every reef, except for the two I've been to. And then Horseshoe Island. Also Rock Spire.
Of those, golf seems like it's the least tedious.
Are you sure? Well, to be fair, I'm also not counting the Koroks, because I can do that too.
I know you can. I'm very resistant to the idea of doing it unless you absolutely have to.
Which is why I should do it. It's gonna be delivery bag. Just wait.
Oh, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for Korok locked delivery bag followed by Goron locked final Triforce shard.
Oh, baby.
Great. Fish Isle. That's Western Ferry. So far left column.
I keep wanting to pull back the camera like this, but it like angles facing downward every time, so it's basically not useful for what I want it to do. Like I just want it to zoom out. Actually, I guess from here I can just go. 'Cause I'm like surrounded by islands with stuff now. Right, it's this one.
Yeah.
I mean, just because I could see the Western Fairy Island doesn't mean I know it's the Western Fairy Island. Excuse? I did not ask you to jump off the platform, Link. Oh, alright. Didn't even notice. Alright, well, I guess I don't have to kill that cannon.
The cannon didn't feel like living anymore.
Oh, I don't even have to kill the enemies. Well, fine. Oh, baby.
Great.
Oh, that's Windfall. I knew it looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. Joy Pendant! I need you! You know what else I need? Magic. Man, if only I had a way to refill magic at will. Like some sort of elixir. Oh well!
Preferably one that you could drink in like a soup-like manner.
Yeah. Man, soup sounds good right now.
Shame we don't have any of that.
Truly a shame.
You know what? I got it. What you gotta do is you gotta go find that last blue chew and make some blue potion out of
You're
it.
right. That is my current quest. It's not my current quest. Now this is some thing. This updraft goes incredibly far away. I barely had enough magic to do that, actually.
I'm actually genuinely surprised that you made it.
Yeah, TBH, same. And yet, I did it. Oh, baby. I mean, do I need infinite grandma soup? First off, don't turn grandma into soup. That's rude. The Wind Waker turns out not a sale. Natural Killer Ganon. Well, all I have to do here is dig up sunken treasure, so... Easy pickings! There's a lot of grandma quotes from this stream for some reason. Just putting it out there. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. I think that just in general, we're conditioned to make jokes about grandma.
What's so funny about grandma?
I don't know. Old ladies are funny, I guess.
The way to fix the bot? What do you mean? Like, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Okay, well, first off, that bit boss isn't my creation at all, so that's not even on me. Train noise. Like, if you want that fixed, you're gonna have to talk to Streamlabs. You know what would be nice with the bomb cannon? And I don't know if Wind Waker HD does this or not, but is there like a cursor for where it goes?
It's been a while since I played HD, but I think there is like a little arc that shows where the bomb's gonna go.
I mean, that's pretty much what I'm asking, so yeah. Telescopes are not Leaf. You might be surprised to find out Telescope and Leaf are not the same thing. Getting pretty lucky with magic drops, all things considered.
I'm pretty sure that at the very least, on places where you need the Deku Leaf, like the Reeves and certain lookout towers, there'll be guaranteed magic drops.
I mean, yeah, even so. Like, it's still providing me with just enough, is more what I'm getting at. I mean, this is a little bit more than just enough at this point, but... Well...
Well, there it is.
9 locations accessible, now 16.
Time to do some mails.
I can get the rest of the stuff on Windfall now.
Great. At the very least, mail side quests are super easy. You just have to plug something into a mailbox, generally speaking.
Where is Private Oasis? That's what I want. I love the Tower of the Gods cutscene too. It's too bad Rando took it out. Of course, I just realized the I have 7 locations left that I can't access. 4 of them are just treasure charts. One of them is whichever letter I'm missing, I forget. And then the last 2 are in Ganon's castle. Because I guess Ganon counts as an item.
Yeah.
You know, why not?
More so
I forgot I had to fill up coupon.
Yep.
Sup, door? Master dead.
That they made Ganon an item so that you could see what you still have left to be able to defeat him.
Oh no. Cabana Labyrinth. That's a name. That was weird. I know there's a chest somewhere before the end, and I don't know where that is. Just FYI.
It's somewhere in this crawly maze.
Crawly
I think
maze.
actually. I think you're on the right path to get it actually.
Well, I'm finding all of the pot rupees. Yes, shield the hole, Link. I'm just gonna follow the good old always go left strategy. Now this is the ladder, so it's probably... Like, I remember there being a chest in here, I just don't know where it is. This led me back to the start. And this is, I think, just gonna, yeah, alright. Always going left didn't yield any result. Yo, this is a perfect camera angle! Never before have I been so enthralled. Oops. I hope you guys enjoyed Link's crawling animation, but from the front. And you actually need a lot of stuff to get this item. Well, these items, I guess, is more accurate. Oh, here we are. Oh, remember this?
Oh. That exists.
Sure does.
It's a shame it doesn't take your rupees in this game. You have so many of them.
I'm aware that Labyrinth is an endgame area, but still. Like, for Randomizer's sake, this, kind of costs a lot of items. What? What? Anyway, moving on. Don't worry, there's a swirly circle on the floor. Don't worry about it. It's ghost water. You're right. Listen, rat. Just listen.
This teacher has a corpse living in the room.
Do you think she lives here?
She has the deed. Had the deed, at least.
Why do you think she gave it to me? See, the Cabana deed was cursed, and the only way to give it to someone else is if they earn it. The curse isn't very picky though, so I mean, earning it can mean pretty much whatever you want. Remember how Britain was complaining about how none of the viewer-submitted songs showed up?
Well,
It's like there's just not a lot of them compared to the over 1,000 songs I have. Hey! Well, I mean, I couldn't have found that without the delivery bag, I guess.
yeah.
Did I just mail that? If I'm remembering right.
Yep. You mail it, and then I don't know if you have to wait or what, but eventually
I'd
the
imagine we
post
probably
box will
wait.
start shaking.
I mean, people can submit songs. Admittedly, somebody, I don't even remember who, asked me to add a song to the playlist, and I totally forgot to do that. So, oops. Is there a mailbox in this island?
Yes.
Oh, I walked past it. I mean, Link has to have a mom to exist, so... Oh. 10 rupees? I can't afford that!
It's a pretty steep price.
Actually, wait. I need to mail, Moblin's letter, right?
You need to mail Maggie's letter.
Maggie, right, I mail Maggie's letter. Okay, I remember this now. It's Moblin letter I give to Maggie.
Yep.
It's weird in Randomizer, because you're not supposed to have both, so... Can I mail Maggie's letter? Does it let you? That'd be funny.
I don't think you can mail the Moblin letter now.
Well, might as well go to Windfall. Also, for, like, song submissions, I don't really have, like, a quote-unquote official place. Where in Windfall Town is the submerged treasure? There it is. Rip. No, that's not the button I wanted. I mean, it was the button I wanted, it was just in the wrong menu. Wow, that's an upgrade to what is normally here. Technically.
That's an amount of rupees.
That covers the postage fee, if nothing else. Letter for Dead!
It's my favorite Valve game. That's Baito's letter.
Okay. Can't seem to hit 22 letters. Yeah, I was gonna say, because the last 2 letters I can get are Baito and Baito's mother. Man, everybody has silver rupees. Just... they're growing out of their ears. Do I have to be... does it have to be daytime to give stuff to Maggie and whatnot?
No, it can be nighttime, but you're gonna need to play the Song of Passing at one point anyway to get Baito's mom.
Hmm. Hello. Honestly, open your ears. Mo's letter, I have that. Sublink.
I like this postman.
He's good. Anyway, I'm gonna give that letter you don't want your daughter to have to your daughter now. Don't mind me.
You're not a postman.
I'm not
are
a
you?
postman. Here, I met Mo the other day. He slid. He might be dead also, but that's irrelevant. Yeah, it's a marriage proposal. Wow, I can't believe this game isn't randomized. I just remembered, decorate the town is also an available thing.
That's pretty easy to pick up.
How many things do I have to...
There's 12 of them. 14 of them. There's 14 of them.
I mean, it's not like money's an issue. Sup, bird? Yeah, I already delivered the letter you're having trouble with, so give me something else. I'll do it. Thanks, guy. Thanks. Another item that
Great.
might have been nice before. Okay, those are the easy ones here. Wow, Link. Way to be terrible.
You're not gonna go for decorating the town?
I mean, I could, but... eh. I can still go to Horseshoe Island. Link makes noises when he jumps. The video game. Man, remember in my practice, well, not really, I mean, practice I guess is the wrong word, but test seed, I did this, like, immediately. Because the game just gave me the leaf right off the bat.
Yes.
And everybody made fun of me for being bad at golf. I remember. I never forget! I mean, it involves golf, so naturally. Link. I need you to not do that. Oh, P-Hat's having fun again. Well. Now he can have fun in the afterlife. Maybe.
Assuming that it goes to the afterlife. considering there is no remains.
Oh, this is where the last blue chew is. I thought I missed it. Well, never mind. I have all of them now. I can never quite remember the proper angle for this one. That one thorn just popped out and wanted to say hello. This is my favorite NPC in all of existence. Fight me. Nice camera. Dude has some red eyes, but to be fair, he's got a freaking kaleidoscope jabbed in his eye at all times, so, you know. Link's just vibrating.
He's just so excited for that 200 rupees.
Do you blame him? We finally breached the 4,000 mark.
How exciting. At this point, you literally have more money than you know what to do with.
It's accurate. Oh, right, this room. There was a moth here, but now there's not. Guys, we finally did it. Nothing.
Huzzah.
We did the nothing. It's been an eternity and a long time coming, but we finally did it. Can I see some hype in the chat? Yeah, Savage Labyrinth was literally the first thing I did in this stream, so... Sugar Frosted knows what's up. Actually, I'm gonna BRB real quick. On a live, I'm counting on you to be entertaining for like 5 minutes.
I'll do my best. Hey there, everyone. How's it going? It's just me, your good pal, Unalive. It is super late, and I wanted to go to bed, but I'm not allowed to now because I have to entertain you. Hello, Final Survivor. How's it going? Okay, I'm done with that. So, placing bets, I guess. Personally, I think that it's gonna be at the end of the Goron trading quest, because that's the worst place it could possibly be. But there is also the possibility that it will be in some random Triforce chart or in one of the several reefs that has yet to be completed. So who knows? One thing's for sure, I'm not going to be awake to see it happen. Korok trees are still on the table, and that is a dreadful possibility. It's always the most fun of Wind Waker, Rando, I suppose, is trying to find out where that last item is. He's not that far off from 100%ing the game, actually.
Did you do it? Were you
I
entertaining?
did something.
Chat,
I
what
don't
did
know
you
if
do?
I was entertaining, but I said words.
Which words? I must know. Hello.
Very choice words. Hello. That's a good word.
That guy was eager,
He was ready.
ready and waiting. Unalive was alive? That seems incorrect.
That's kind of oxymoronic. Speaking of me being alive, actually, I have work tomorrow, so it's a bad idea for me to stay up any later than I already have.
Rip.
Good luck with that last Triforce shard.
I will. Yeah, I guess if no one's in the call, I can turn off the thing at this point. It also means I have to talk more than I have been because I don't have the crutch that is multiple people. It's just all wall cannons at this point because that's really cool. I love wall cannons. Wall cannons are my favorite. Super favorite. Omega level hyper favorite. I mean, I could realistically invite darn near anyone. That doesn't necessarily make it a good idea. Because once you invite one person and everyone's like, but game guy, I want in on that action. Did our bombs just collide in midair? Because that's great. Well, actually, Sugar Frosted, that said, do you know about the pythons? I need to know everything that there is to know about snakes. The type of snakes known as pythons. Play Metal Gear. Where's... I guess the best place is right here. I've never played a Metal Gear game. It's just not something I have done. But no, like I wanna get this boss command working, but the problem with it is I don't know Python that well. I'm wondering if I shouldn't jump to that. thing first. To be fair, I should also probably ask Fawful too, because he might know some stuff as well. Nanomachines. You might not be wrong. Wow, it's an orange rupee. I mean, hey, don't be discouraged, Twilight. Tell me everything you know about pythons. Everything. All that there is to know. I don't feel like that's an applicable use of everyone, but, I mean, thanks. I mean, I also asked Twilight to tell me everything about pythons, but also thanks. Thanks for the snake fact. I don't know why. I like turning the little, day cycle thing on. Even though, realistically, it does nothing for me. Because it hardly matters what time it is when I'm just sailing around. I'm really glad I hit that cannon, because I was aiming for the bow. Ah! You can focus on Smash. I still want to play Kirby. I'll probably do that tomorrow, because I'm doing this instead because I didn't want to stream like a game people might want to see too late, which is why I'm doing the rando now, because I don't know. Some people were excited for it. I don't know how many people though. There's a sea hat on the other side of that wall. It's very excited. Ha ha! Gotcha! There's still another one? Where? Oh. The HUD was blocking my vision. I mean, to be fair, I want to stream much earlier, like 4 p.m. my time. It's just I've had pretty bad luck with sleep lately. I'm getting better though, so it's fine. It almost looks like I can just swim up to there anyway, but I probably can. The water looked like it was definitely high enough. I mean, I can't really do a whole lot with the whole Europe discrimination, as you call it, because, I mean, I don't live there. I can't exactly change that without spending a ton of money. And then I'm discriminating against people here in the US. So, really, there's not much I can do about it. Like, the unfortunate fact of the matter is that, like, 95%, I think, of my viewer base is not in Europe. I think I read 95% at one point. Granted, who knows how 100% accurate those statistics are. I sure do not. I mean, the unfortunate thing, Black Hole Eyes, is that I sleep during that time, so it's kind of hard. Wow, Incredirude. I don't remember the last time I've seen Octoroks just kind of appear in front of me like this. Like, when's the last time I saw Octoroks at all? Like, the ones at sea that spit bombs. Heck if I know. Why am I always approaching these reefs from the wrong side? I keep trying to stop with B, and it's not wrong. Also, I'm just not good at this game. I'm aware I can stop with the Wind Waker, but I keep trying to do other things, and it's obviously just not working. There sure are a lot of explosions happening around these parts. One advantage I do have here in Rando, though, is the Swift Sail means I don't have to worry about changing the direction of the wind, because normally I'd have to kind of cruise through here to get places, so it is technically a little bit faster. Yeah, Swift Sail changes the wind direction so that it's always behind you. They just kind of made it work in GameCube version town. I mean, I feel like WatchBot is always very appropriate. Whenever possible, really. Well, I mean, the Swift Sail, as the name implies, it's pretty swift. I mean, I'm certainly not going to complain about them adding the Swift Sail to the game, but again, I've stated before, I never had a problem with the original Wind Waker, so, I don't know. It's just kind of a thing, it's like you're just kind of sailing. It's just a thing. Also, I'm pretty sure that's the last reef. Yeah, because the other two island locations I have left are not reefs. Like, one's a platform that I needed the leaf for, and the other, I don't remember what it is. The Triforce Peace quest is mostly the same, except they made it so you don't have to actually... Like, instead of giving you a Triforce chart, they just straight up give you the Triforce Peace for some of them. Not all of them, but some of them. Which, honestly, I don't feel like that changes much, because arguably, the act of going to where it is and salvaging it didn't take that long. Yo, computer, what are you doing? Stop. I mean, go, really. Hello, mother person. Thanks for the heart. This game really is gonna require something stupid, isn't it? Because, for the record, I'm missing one item to let me go beat the game. There are 2 locations left that are not stupid. So... Kind of lame that there's no real shortcut up there. I mean, to be fair, if I had the ability to use more emotes, I would make more emotes. I just haven't really had a lot of incentive to do that. Because, you know, not partner can't really do much about it. I did have the idea at one point of just having Spiky Guy giving a thumbs up as an emote. I don't know how that would look, mind you, but... Wait, is there more than 15 blue chews? If there are, I kind of forgot about that. Not gonna lie. I spent this whole, like, playthrough just saying, like, oh, there's 15 blue chews only. Oh, there's number 16, I got him. Yep, that's 16. There's 23, you know... Now that I've seen more than 15, I kind of vaguely remember that there's more than 15, so I don't know. Might as well just sail north. That's not north. North is in a different direction. What am I doing in this next one? I think it's a platform. Yeah, it's a platform. I was gonna say, because I already did this island, so... It's not a matter of would I play Spyro, it's a matter of owning a Spyro game, which I do not. Where's the platform? Am I in the wrong sector here? Yes. Okay, never mind. It's the next one. I'm not 100% sure. I think I actually have the original Crash games. I think. I have no idea where they'd be, but... I just seem to vaguely remember this for some reason. Because it's not something I bought. So I don't know what happened to those. Waiting for this cannon to hit me in midair. Oh, I was getting ready to bomb the cannons. I don't know if there was a cannon or not, but... There may not have been cannons after all. Oh, hold on to your suspenders for a bit longer, kids. We got ourselves a treasure chart. That is... which island again? Oh, that's Forsaken Haven. Haven, Forsaken Haven. Not that one. It's for Joy Pendant. No, I need you. The best thing about Smash Bros. Ultimate, I just realized, this song is going to be on all of the Kid Icarus stages instead of just the one I never play. I'm excited for one. Where? Oh, it's over there. Rude. No. Yes. Alright, well, I have 4 locations available to me right now. By the way. There's 8 locations left. 3 of them are treasure charts. 2 of them are Ganon related. So that means there's 3 left, right? I'm mathing pretty good right now. Yeah, Mr. Watch is here to tell us all about that. 4 a.m. Get hype. Should probably get rid of this fill-up coupon to have extra space, but... Does anybody remember how many things Unalive said I needed? I know it's this guy. Really? Sure. Sure. Whatever you just said, sure. This quest isn't randomized, but the prizes you get from it are not. Oh, right, you can only put a maximum of 3. I forgot about that limitation. Heck! To be fair, that limitation makes sense, but still. Black Hole Eyes, I would like to beat this game sometime today. So, this guy on the bench wants me to place flowers around town, essentially. I don't remember how many I need to place. But yeah, there's also that trading quest where you have to, you know, work your way to the shop guru statue. But like, there's a heart piece or something at the end of that. Obviously, was randomized to be something else. Oops. Listen, I don't care. You have a pro tip. What is your pro tip? Bosses don't change areas, but you can randomize which dungeons are where. As in, like, each dungeon entrance could be a different dungeon altogether. Now's the part where I try to remember where else these things are. I know I don't have to place all of them, but I don't remember exactly how many I need to place. I don't think there's any back there. Is there one by the dancing guy? Because I don't remember that. I literally don't want to talk to you. Literally. I think there's actually... Well, okay, I just remembered, I think there's some down here, but also there's a... I believe there are some in the Sploosh game. I'll talk to the guy after I do this set of 3. The weird DS Zeldas. I mean, I love the weird DS Zeldas. Treasure chart 9! Cool. Alright, well. Now, I'll probably play Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks eventually. I just don't know when. Yeah, you can put in, like, hex colors for Link. I think there's a way to randomize the colors, but honestly, I don't know how to do that. You know, it might help if I open the chart first before I try to warp somewhere. That's Ice Ring. Dead's Oasis. I love it. What? I hit left? Why did it not left? Why did it continue to right? That's not correct. I think Porky means business, guys. He's got a business suit on and he's ready to show you his stock portfolio. I'm going away from Ice Ring. Ice Ring's over there. Oops! Well, almost oops. Kind of oops. What did he do? I just told you what he did. All along, it wasn't anything vicious or evil. He was just showing you his stock portfolio. I just solved the eternal mystery. Yeah, get it yourself, Gas Inc. Something gold! Alright, well, down to 3 accessible locations, 6 total. Alright. I have the choice of the Goron quest or watering the trees. I have no idea how to do the Goron quest. Furthermore, I don't really know where all of the little dudes are. Isn't there... aren't they marked on the map somehow? I don't remember. Actually, I do remember. I have to talk to Deku Tree, and I never did that. I mean, it's technically 3, because the Goron side quest also... like, I have to do a little bit of it, and then I get the magic armor from the guy. But then the end of it is also an item. But yeah, it is literally down to those 2. Does anyone happen to know where the Gorons are? Because I don't know. I mean, it's only a garbage seed because I kind of asked for it, to be fair. I did just remember Great Fish, and I knew about Mother and Child. I did not remember Bomb Island. I don't even remember where Bomb Island is, truth be told. Yeah, I know, you can't warp to Mother and Child. It's great. Wow, a Shop Guru statue. Sure. Thanks. Imagine if everything these guys gave you was randomized. I mean, I think just because how the delivery bag limitations work, you can't. mean, I could try trading the sea flower back, but I'm pretty sure simply getting that allows me to get the item from what's-his-name, so... We'll see if we have to go deeper. I don't know. This stupid flower is not a sale, turns out. I thought I was just supposed to do that. Oh, I mean, unless I'm supposed to do more than one. I thought it was just the one. Huh. Alright. I was mistake. Yeah, you're gonna have to lead the way, I guess, because I can look it up too, but... It's more of a viewer and streamer interaction if you help me. It's like we're doing it together. No one's buying it. I mean, I don't know. Hey, remember this thing you gave me? How do you suggest one without the stream overlay? I mean... I guess you could, but the stream overlay should work. M and C. I love M and C. You know what I'm gonna love finding out is if somehow I marked a thing on the tracker that I didn't actually get. You sure you don't get things on the Twitch app? Because I could have sworn that was a thing they made happen eventually at some point. Also, my jump over the shark did literally nothing, which is great. Because of the way the water was going. This ledge. This ledge is impossible. I cannot climb this ledge. Impossibilities. I will be stuck here forever, for all of eternity. I did it. I figured out the secret. A pinwheel! I love pinwheels! Wait! I can get magic armor now? I mean, let me know where I need to go next, because if it happens to be here, then, you know. Net is bomb. I'm pretty sure you're incorrect, but I'll trust you anyway. Also, remind me where Bomb Island is? I legitimately don't remember. I mean, magic armor's not too hard to get. I mean, the final prize isn't too hard to get either, but... Sharky, you're raiding me! Oh no! How dare you? It is like a couple. I'm glad you noticed. It's the Zaneri family treasure. The Triforce chart 4. Well, I did find the last Triforce chart. Okay, well. This is literally gonna come down to the absolute last location I can check, isn't it? That shark just kind of evaporated into the island. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hey, yeah, long time no see. I got you the last chart. I'm sure you're excited. There's 2 whole places it could be. One of which actually conveniently is Bomb Island. That was Sharky's raid, the one shark that just kind of swam into the island and evaporated. I'd believe it. Hey, it's Bomb Island! What a coincidence. Why does he start me off facing south? Every time I want to go north when I'm here. How is the Wind Waker rando? Well, I have 5 total locations left. It's not the one totally blank tile, because there's another treasure chart I don't have. Oh, I probably passed that. Yep. I mean, I got the submarine long ago. To be fair, Sharky, I put everything on, so I asked for this. Anyway, moving on with the trading quest. This ledge is also too powerful. Never mind. I have a pinwheel. I'm missing a single Triforce shard. Sickle moon flag! Nice camera. Still a nice camera. Trade the item here as well. Alright. Fountain idol? Boat, why are you way over there? Why can't I see Mother Child Island yet? Oh, there it is. It was hiding. Sharky, why do you have to interrupt my music with your music? That's rude. Sup? Big sail flag. Go to Great Fish and double trade. What a fun side quest. You know, truth be told, I probably have a guide for this game also. Heck if I know where it is, mind you. Twilight, that's just not true. He can also count to 24, but I don't let him do that. Hero flag! Postman statue? The postman statue is the best flower. Bar none. I mean, I do the postman scream, but it's literally 4:30 in the morning. Boat, you're like clipping into the water kind of repeatedly, and that's concerning. I'm gonna need you to stop that. Boat is totally gonna sink. The Shop Guru statue! It's finally here! Boat, stop teleporting to not where I am. I'm sure that's what you're doing, and it's not my fault at all. Again, Black Hole Eyes, I'd like to finish the game today. Alright, guy, I got you your thing. A heart-filled reward. That sure is heart-filled. Finally. Triumph Fork! Wow! This go mode! With the power of teamwork! I'm missing a treasure chart though, and that makes me upset. I mean, I beat all the bosses earlier, so, yeah. I guess Fire Mountain's treasure gets to stay at the bottom of the ocean. Forever. I'm pretty sure I have boss refight skip on, so... Well, that's just it. I have watering the Deku trees, and I also have, like, the one chest in the maze. Which I'll go ahead and look at the spoiler log later, but I'm not gonna bother checking it right now. Because at this point, I have basically every notable item, so it's not even gonna be anything important. Actually, thinking about it, there's 2 locations left. Am I missing 2? Okay, I'm missing a heart piece and a heart container. Pretty sure. Spoiler alert. Oh no, I broke it! I can't believe it. traversing Hyrule. More like die rule, am I right? Don't care. Yeah, Ocarina of Time moblins were a thing. Ocarina of Time. Sorry. I ruined my own joke. Nah. Nana. 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 No, go away. The next Let's Watch is, officially Yoshi's Island Low Score Challenge. I probably am gonna do the other thing first, though. Wow, freezing in midair. I don't care button. Who boinged? Who dares? I kind of wanted to keep using this. I also wanted to roll, so that didn't happen. You know, I would like to lock on to the other guy so he didn't hit me. That would have been really nice. I think... Oh, I found the hurricane spin. Trust me. I found everything that there is to find. Except for a heart piece and a heart container. Nice. Well, I mean, one of the items is a treasure chart, but it leads to a heart piece or heart container. I know, vanilla light arrow kills? I can't even believe. Also, Phantom Ganon's just kind of here. It's fine. Or Puppet Ganon, sorry. Wrong Ganon. You have to be so close to me, guy? Do you have to be rude? Last two locations, ignoring the treasure chart, because obviously that's one of them. Because, well, there's actually 3 locations. Yeah, it's the maze that I skipped because I don't need to, and the watering the Koroks trees. Wow, he did the tailspin maneuver. He's also getting dangerously close to me. I wish he would stop. Where did he go? Did you seriously? I just cut your freaking tail off and you just went to go respawn. That's like Omega level rude. I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised that counted as a hit. I mean, I can look at the spoiler log when we're done, so it's not like we'll never know. What? Why do you lock onto the freaking torch? Are you just spinning until the bats go away? Is that what you're doing? Because that's weird. I mean, alright, sure, you can just be rude. Incredible rude. I wanted to shoot him between the legs. It's not working out. What? Why did that not work? I don't know, man. Fee's saying goodbye. Bye, Puppet Ganon. Pupper Ganon. No. You're a fast, spinny guy. Pupper Ganon. That's arguably like the easiest phase, though. I mean, that works. I mean, this one can be annoying if he doesn't cooperate. I'm really happy I found out the bomb strat, though, because he just gets stunned for a very long time if you blow him up. You can combine that with the bait strat so that he just goes into the bomb. Yeah, you can stun him with bombs. You can also drop all-purpose bait and he'll, like, target the bait specifically. At least until it disappears. Alright, time to fall. You know how they say don't look down? This is always the scariest part. Because it's like, you fall off, and guess what, kiddo? You gotta climb all the way back up. I have no reason to do this, but let's do it anyway. I said let's do it anyway. The power of grandma will save the world. Probably. Yo, I'm so happy Magic Ant is in. I loved that stage. Oh, hey Zelda, where have you been? I just... Nice. I actually didn't mean to hit that, but alright. Power of Grandma, go! Wow, rude. Yeah, you better laugh. What do you mean you don't want my boomerang? TBH, this is always one of my favorite Ganon fights. Man, sick dodge, Ganon. I like his weird floaty jump if he doesn't actually finish his attack. Yo, Zelda, when you wanna, I don't know, do a thing. Again, you want this boomerang? You want this boomerang, Ganon? You want it? You want this boomerang? Dead! You have to distract- Trust me, I'm trying. I'm doing everything in my power to distract him. Ow. Zelda, whose side are you on? I won. That's no way to get ahead in life. I don't know if that joke really fits here. I won! Dead! Oh no, he's actually dead. Freaking rip. I can't believe it. Who the heck are you? Wait, why is this song playing? Why does this count as a sound effect? Wow, Ganondorf is dead, I can't believe it. And you're the king guy, and I'm the blue guy, and she's the Zelda girl. Hooray! All together, we make the Triforce Trio. We're the superheroes that are gonna save the world. Shut up, Zelda. Your idea is stupid. It's a bad idea. I said shut up. Oh no! Oh no! Well, bye Zelda, see you later. Hey King Guy, how come you don't have a bubble shield? Why didn't you hit the bubble shield monitor? Give me a high five. Oh really, you're gonna leave me hanging, King? Really? Really? What a nerd. Can't believe you. Guys, King Guy is a jerk. Hooray! We don't need credits. It's stupid. Sure. I'm gonna kill Am. Dead 2. Sequel to Dead. I don't... You know, here's the thing. I don't know what the biggest obstacle was, truth be told. New Game Plus is literally just casual clothes, I'm sure. Nope, I'm in the same outfit. Alright, well, you know, whatever. Let's start over, kids! No. Where's that spoiler log? I wanna brief that. So here's my tracker at the end. In case you wanted to know. I didn't kilt Ganon, you're right. Yeah, it kinda ended up being fairly 100% almost. I'd have to really look at the spoiler log to see, like, the actual progression I would have needed, because it doesn't... Like, it just shows you where everything is, not so much the, Or is there a playthrough? I didn't see. Oh, there is a playthrough. It's a 6-sphere playthrough, apparently. But yeah, last thing I needed was the final Triforce shard from Goron trading. So, you know. Am I gonna race someone? I mean, if I raced anyone, I'm not turning on everything again. I'd like the race to actually end at some point. But yeah, literally the only things I had left is I didn't do Withered Trees, and the treasure chart somewhere here. Also, I didn't open the maze chest, but I did punch Ganondorf in the face. But I'm pretty sure I determined that the last 2 items I didn't get were a heart piece and a heart container, so... I could be wrong. It's possible. I didn't skip a heart piece anywhere, did I? Because I think all the ones I skipped, I went back and got later anyway. Actually, thinking about it, there are still 3 locations that were guaranteed not progressive items that could probably be the heart pieces. Well, alright, let's see. So, hitting Orca 500 times was the Great Fairy chart. I never did that because I was more or less told not to. Bit of a recap. Savage Labyrinth floor 50 was a red rupee. Let's see. Yeah, I don't understand why there's no progress on 50 hits, because, like... Of the side quests in the game, that's not the worst. Where would I find Beetle's 30 and 60 point rewards in this list? Because I don't know what those are either. Alright, well, Fire Mountain's Sunken Treasure was a heart piece. So that's something I didn't get. Wait, really? It just occurred to me, there's another unique item I never found. Because it's in the maze chest in Ganon's Tower. Oh, that's funny. I forgot I never got that. The Rainbow Rupee was in the maze chest. That's funny. Beetle's silver membership was the Forsaken Fortress Compass. Heck yeah. And his gold membership was the heart container I was missing. And Withered Trees was the treasure chart leading to the heart piece. Yeah, but maze takes a while unless you just know the path, which I don't. I mean, I like Wind Waker. It just takes a long time if you turn everything on, turns out. To be fair, I also wasn't playing, like, hyper optimally, so that kind of contributed to a lot of this. Yeah, I found basically everything worth finding. It's pretty great. I mean, that's just it. Like, with everything turned on, I pretty much had no choice but to wander around most of the time. Try to go to as many clusters of items as I could. Which, I mean, I kinda did anyway. It's just, the fact of the matter is I didn't find the leaf until hyper late. And then the leaf just kind of unlocked literally all of the dungeons. And then, like, eventually led me to all of the other stuff I was missing. Because I'm looking at the spoiler log here. Which one is the leaf in? Leaf should be Sphere 3, yeah. Yeah, leaf is Sphere 3. Huh. Yeah, leaf was the treasure chart from 40 Joy Pendants. So, Sphere 1 was the grappling hook and the spoils bag. Sphere 2, getting that treasure chart. Then Sphere 3 is the leaf. Although, looking at the way that the spheres are laid out in the spoiler log seems to imply that when you get a treasure chart, you can get the item in that same sphere. Which I feel is fundamentally wrong, but okay. Like, I mean, I don't know. The problem really is I don't really know the exact progression I would have needed to beat the seed. Like, I guess. Because it was kind of all over the place. But it is what it is. I'm gonna end the stream because it's 5 a.m. Yeah, if I do this again, it's probably going to be less stuff. Unless I just want to do this on my own time. I'm not going to stream something this long again. I kind of underestimated how much time this actually would take. Granted, I got unlucky with the leaf placement, because that blocked me out of entirely too many things. Like, if I had found that leaf pretty early on, that would have changed this quite a bit. I mean, hey, I'd do this again for LPIA, I just wouldn't do these settings. Because I think, cutting out the treasure charts and probably the platforms would be enough to make this far more manageable. Like, even if I left it at key sanity, because honestly, like, dungeons aren't that important in this game. Because your actual goal is the Triforce shards, not the dungeons, so... I mean, that said, I probably wouldn't do key sanity, because then it becomes more of, if I'm going into a dungeon, I'm just gonna complete the thing. I don't know. Either way. Goodbye! Excuse me, I went to Earth Temple 5 times. Medley's dead.